Hey guys, I'm Mike.
I'm Tim.
I'm Jim.
Yeah.
And this is the Board Game Rundown, and we're live from our basements because we cover games from the ground up. And I didn't even ask if Jim is in his basement.
I am not. We live in Texas. We don't have basements. I didn't know that was an option. So I'm actually at work, and yes, this is the wall at work that I peppered with my own games. But
I wish my wall at work looked like that. I really do.
No kidding.
yeah,
That looks better than my wall at home.
Yeah, well, that's because you got Colts crap all over it.
damn.
I knew that was coming. I set myself up for it.
I say that as a Bears fan. I mean, I can't really talk. I'll go underground.
No, you can't. So as you can see, we've got a special guest tonight. It is Jim Cole. Jim, welcome.
Thanks for having me, guys.
For sure. Thanks for hopping on. You have probably, Tim, seen
No, I was,
Jim
yeah.
in our Discord. He's been a regular in our Discord for the last few months. We actually met him for the first time at Gen Con when we shot a video of his game that is now funded on Kickstarter. Woo!
Yep.
In the first 24 hours, right?
We did it in 20 hours, and as I was typing up a post about we were about to unlock the first stretch goal, we unlocked it. So yeah, did all that in 30 hours. So
you need
where to go.
I haven't looked, but your stretch goal needs to say send more cops, and then all the more cops are stretch goals.
Right.
We
Nice.
got some new people in the chat here. It looks like Jim did some recruiting ahead of time.
I did.
Yeah, we got
going with us. Welcome.
We got some regs. We got some. We had at least one new person, which is always awesome. I just want to tell. Oh, go on. What were you gonna say?
No.
No, it's just because this is gonna be a good show, man. I'm excited. I want to tell a real quick story about Jim, though, real fast. He put out a thing about his game. 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago. Way before Gen Con, between Gen Con and Origins, I feel like, or maybe it was right before Origins, and I got it. I got the game between Gen Con and Origins, something like that. Anyways, I reached out, was like, "Hey man, I think your game looks awesome. I love your style. Like, love the art and the style of this game. We'd love to take a look at it. You want to give us a shot?" He sent us the game. I didn't think I realized he was going to be at Gen Con. This gentleman comes over to Gen Con, finds our booth, and I'm like, "Oh, awesome!" And Jim goes, "How do I get on your Whiskey Wednesday?" And I was like, "You just qualified. You just got to ask, man." And then we were able to kind of get him on last minute and have him come on and demo with Bob and I the zombie survival infection, and it was really funny. And you'll see it in the video. And Bob and I even talk about this in the preview video, where Jim's kind of like, "Well, this game can be kind of mean, so like, be ready for that a little bit. I'll take it easy on you." And Bob and I are like, no, like, we're not going to take it easy on anybody. And that game turned into a rock fight, like right away. It was super fun, was very excited about it. And he could have been nice. I mean, he was probably still being kind of nice, but Bob and I were just, we showed our true colors right there. And but it was really cool because we got to hang out with Jim a little bit. I went over to the booth he was working at. I bought some dice for my kids, which they still play with and like the Mimic dice stuff. And
good stuff.
And no, it was just really cool getting to know you and chat with you. And I'm excited to see their games already funded, like in the first day. That's no small feat, man. And that's just testament to hard work and what a really cool game you do have. So congratulations on that.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
That's it.
You go, Jim. I got Tim and Jim. This is going to happen at least once. I'm going to mix your names up. Jim, go ahead and tell us about your game, because of course this is something you've been working on for a while, and you've worked on other games, but you threw your art in this one, and this one is now funded.
Yeah. I mean, eons ago, there's like I put in an update. There's a little mini comic that's in the center of the game, and it's actually artwork. Man, I made in like 2003 about like coworkers and stuff like that had just volunteered to be zombies, and one of them was going to be the Twisted Doctor, and I just again made like a little tiny mini comic. And then years later I was like, why the hell don't I just make a game? So I was toying with some mechanics. I used some mechanics from other games I really liked, and I made a really crappy prototype that was just block colors, printed it out, and brought it to a friend's house when I went back to Buffalo for all their annual Halloween parties. And we played the first version of the game the night The Walking Dead actually premiered.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, we played it like right before we watched The Walking Dead, and it was kind of fun. It was kind of cool. Clearly, it was memorable for me. But then I let a job basically mess with my life, which was fine. It was a good job, but I let that take over. And then right before COVID, like minutes before COVID hit, I lost that job. And I was like, well, I got a lot of free time to work on stuff, but I couldn't make a game about a plague during the plague.
Oh, sure.
Straight up bad form, no matter how
chicken. Come on.
No. I mean, I was going to lose 50% of people from one way or the other, depending on how you look at it. So
right.
I decided to work on the other game, and that game it's a great game. It's still going to happen, but basically, I was going to pay some artists to help me make some of the cards, like actually more of the cards than I made. Plus, the game had 6 to 7 game boards, so it was really expensive to make. You know, as soon as you had a game board, you're adding like, $3 or $4. So it's like, all right. It didn't fun, which was fine. I learned a lot. So also I had my hairless cat died. I really like the day before the campaign was going to end. So everything just went sideways. And it's super cheesy, but being an artist, I'm inspired to either work really hard when I'm really depressed or really happy. So I was really depressed. I laid into this game and basically finished it off. So,
Jim, I have to ask you.
Sure.
Just you mentioned it.
Yep.
Thrown under the bus. I saw this and I was just immediately curious about this.
So I have there's 2 types of zombies in the world: the flesh-eating ones and corporate zombies. So this is about corporate zombies. I'll give you this super, super quick. I don't want to take up too much time about this other game. It's great. It's still going to happen, but. Thrown on the Bus is the game of office politics, and because I like vicious games, it's a vicious theme, and the idea is you are trying to get yourself ahead while tearing your coworkers down. So if you look at the game, if you scroll back up there, Mike, the center game board right there, that's the conference room, and it shows your status in the game. All right, and every round is a week. And you play out the weeks, and then you get together for your Friday meeting, and you see how your status has changed. Mechanically, it just uses cards, and basically, much like my game now, you get to play any card on any person. The cool thing is you're playing those cards face down. You're playing them throughout a week, so you got a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and the cards are real simple math. They're in multiply, times, or divide, stuff like that, addition. However, there's things in there that will like reverse the card on the day before or multiply it. So when you play something on somebody and they've already, played something down there, you don't know what they did. So now you got to start to mind mess with everybody, because you do the double fake out. Somebody plays something nice on you and you reverse it, and now you just screwed yourself over. So there is a lot of that. And all the cards are all the tropes. There's like the burnt popcorn and the lunch with the boss, microwave fish, because there's 2 types of people in this world, or 3 types of people: serial killers, the people that will microwave fish at work, and everybody else.
Yeah, monsters. Oh.
So, and there's all the stereotypes. There's 6 different characters, and all of them are like a work archetype. There's the marketing girl that's never there at work. There's the yes man guy that walks around with a clipboard and always looks aggravated. There's the guy based on me. He's the old guy, Albert. He believes that working hard is going to get him ahead.
Oh, you fool. You fool.
So that's the game. And,
that guy.
Yep, Albert. That's me. He's based on me. The IT guy's got a ponytail. Weird, I know, right?
Of course it does.
So that's that game in a nutshell.
I saw this because I'm always going to when I look at somebody's campaign, I'm going to look at how many projects they've created. Then I'm going to see what else they've created.
Right.
And I always have to look. And I saw that, and I was just immediately intrigued by it.
Yeah.
But this game right here is the reason we're here today, sir. And
Yes.
we love this art, and this is all your original art.
Yes. Yep. Again, not half, like a quarter is stuff that's existed for quite a while and was already like in my brain. So it was easy enough to do. But we got people with Bob wants to know what we're asking or what we're asking, what we're drinking.
So yeah, I got some catching up to do on these comments, but yeah, definitely Bob is right. We got to know what you guys are drinking. It is Whiskey Wednesday after all.
Indeed. Well, am I going first?
Yeah, Tim? You know what? Let's get Tim's out of the way. I got a bad feeling about this. I think I saw that white label.
Hold on. I am not drinking Old Crow tonight because I had to class it up since we have a special guest, and I know that this man's a whiskey snob, and I know he likes his Japanese whiskey. So I am drinking whiskey from the oldest distillery in Okinawa, Kaneko. I don't know how you say that.
I say Kanuku, like the
Kanuku,
words in D&D.
That was, there you go. Dennis got you that bottle, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, and this is from the Shinzato distillery in Japan. Friend of the show, Dennis, scooped that bottle up for me, gave it to me at Gen Con. I was beyond excited. So cheers, drinking the good stuff tonight.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead because I know Jim's got something fancy over there. Yeah, so I'm going to save the good stuff for the last. And I also know Jim drinks good whiskey, so I went ahead and grabbed one of my favorites, and that is Maker's Mark Private Selection.
Okay.
They kind of hand-picked the staves that they put in here, and I'm getting glare off of this white screen, but they put different staves in here that have a different level of char, changes up the flavor, and so there's like 1,300 versions of this private selection just by putting different mixtures of staves in them. This is probably the most expensive bottle I have. It's really good.
See, when I sip a whiskey, I'm like, I'm getting notes of whiskey. I am not near as cultured as our friend Jim down here is.
I'm not cultured.
Oh, you're about to prove yourself wrong there, sir. Go for it.
So I actually haven't really like toasted the success of the game yet. So
let's do that.
Yeah. So I am drinking Golden Blood from Three Floyds Distillery.
Okay.
What?
Kind of more up towards you guys.
It is. It sure is.
I don't even know they made whiskey.
Yeah, they made this badass for the guys at Cannibal Corpse.
Oh my god!
Oh, you just blew Mike's mind.
Yeah, it's got Vincent Locke zombie artwork out front, so I figured this was the perfect thing to drink. I'm from Buffalo. Corpse is from Buffalo. Vincent Locke makes some of the best damn zombie artwork out there. So, and Three Floyds just makes good shit. So this is why I picked this bad boy. I have another on theme one.
Three Floyds makes amazing shit, and obviously you know about the zombie art that they use for all of their beer and clearly on their whiskey as well.
Yeah.
What the heck?
All right, I got.
Wow. Well, Tim, it's been fun, guys. I'm gonna drive over to Munster, which is maybe an hour and 30 minutes away, and pick me up some Cannibal Corpse whiskey. Wow. Jim just blew my mind right there.
Sorry. I knew it was gonna happen. I didn't know what he was gonna do, but I knew he was gonna pull something out good. But hey, Jim, cheers. Congratulations. Sláinte.
Nostrovia.
For sure. We're going to get caught up in the comments here while we're sipping.
Thanks,
this
Bob.
stuff is good.
Gabriel, what's up? Look at the old Chrome Dome is here. Tim, you're not the only one.
Yeah. Baldies Unite.
About how a friend gave him Old Castles of Burgundy because he got the new one. Yeah, cheers to that friend. Great game. That is the missus that is off camera.
Yes.
Jasmine loves your art too. I mean, how can you?
Thank you.
I still have the magnet on the fridge.
Giddy up.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Again, we were all really obsessed with that art from that game. And then Bob and I just enjoyed that play, the play and the style of it so much. It's like it really captured like all the good things out of a zombie themed show or movie. So thematically, I feel like you captured all of that, right? Like there's really no good guys. Even the guys that want to be good still kind of have to be bad sometimes. I mean, there's tough choices.
Yeah.
I feel like you nailed it, man. I really do. And it clearly you did, because you're already funded. It's going to keep going. So good deal.
And of course, Bob, with his priorities straight, if you're here with us, give us a like. We appreciate it. Helps the algorithm. That's right. Maybe more people will learn about us because of your thumbs.
Okay, so it's funny, because I'm going to ask you guys what you've been watching and what you've been listening to before we get into the topic, because Mike and I have been doing this. And I say watching specifically because Halloween season, we're in October now, right? I haven't ramped up my horror movie watching quite yet, because I've been watching a show about corporate zombies. And it's funny that that Jim, we were talking about Jim's game. I don't know if you guys have watched Severance yet on Apple TV. I'm like probably almost done with it. I just watch and watch and watch till it tells me it's done. But man, you want a show about just the insanity of corporate culture. And now this takes it to like an nth degree, because this doesn't spoil anything, but they divide your brain. So when you go into work, they go down this elevator, and then their personality, like they forget, they don't have any memory of the outside world. They only know what's going on inside of work. And then when they leave work, they don't know what they did at work. They only, you know what I mean? And it's really bizarre and really weird, and a just a badass concept. And I'm just loving the hell out of the show. I know it's been out for a minute, but we just got Apple TV, so I've been watching it. But as soon as this is done, it's all horror movies nonstop. I'm probably going to start with the Zack Snyder Dawn of the Dead, because I think that movie is actually kind of underrated, because that movie rocks, and I think it gets shit on, and it shouldn't, because it's way better than it has any business being. Funny enough, it was written by James Gunn too, right? So everybody knows James Gunn now, but you didn't know him then. And then speaking of James Gunn, Slither is another go-to. So that'll be one on my list. Slither's super fun and gross. Okay, as far as listening to stuff goes, I've been listening to The Darkness, getting ready for the Darkness concert that I'm going to in a week. I mean, it is throwback 80s, like crazy. They're insane. And then I've also been listening to some bluegrass, like the Southern Dead. I don't know. I'm just changing it up. Or no, not Southern Dead, Dead South. That's what they're called. Dead South.
There you go.
Been listening to them, but they're really good. Super fun. So that's what I've been watching and listening to. You guys follow suit as you see fit.
Go right ahead, Jim. What have you been listening to?
Listening to, I really don't. I don't think I've listened to anything new lately. Well, actually, I listened to a lot new. We made a everybody's playlist here at work. So not playlist. We made an everybody's Pandora station. And,
okay.
Nice.
It's been an eye opener. There's a few things that I was like, okay, I can get into. There's other stuff like, okay, this song's gonna be a beating, but I'm gonna do my best. So I've been exposed to a lot new, but nothing's really stuck yet. And I know it takes a few listens. Like the first time I listened to Slipknot, I was just like, this is not good. And I'm like,
right.
Yeah,
I was the same way.
Yeah. And a buddy gave me the CD, and he's like, you know what? You're just listening to this at work. Take it home, listen to it on your drive home, listen on the way back. If you don't like it, throw it in my face. If you do like it, keep it. I'll buy a new one. And I came into work. I was like, fuck, dude. Damn it. You're right. So
I did not like Slipknot when they first came out. Now I go back and I'm like, oh, that's a Slipknot song? Okay. I was kind of the same with Korn. I was very slow to warm to Korn.
Okay.
And then warmed up,
Right,
but I'm a cranky old.
It comes out, but yeah.
cranky old Gen Xer, dude. It's popular. I don't like it. And then I like come back a couple years later. I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Been going real new. Other than that, it's usually like what's in my car, which is Skin Lab or Immolation. So it's like my go-to drive and chill on my way to work music.
Nice.
Nice. So I knew who was on our show this week, and I knew Tim was going to ask this question. And of course, I always have metal in the rotation, but I started focusing my metal towards some Texas metal bands.
Okay. Pantera?
I've been listening to some Pantera. Pantera, so I got into Korn immediately and Slipknot immediately. But man, Pantera was really that first band that took my metal interest from okay, I'm listening to Metallica and grunge alternative to no. I'm listening to metal now. It was this is way better than anything else I had listened to at the time.
Mike, have you ever listened to any of Pantera's glam rock stuff?
Oof, right.
I have.
Okay, because that's a thing. A lot of people don't know that, but that's a thing. Yeah. It's not as bad as Jim's grunt made it sound like. I mean, it sounds like it's still Cemetery Gates, but
Well, yeah, Cemetery Gates is amazing.
That's one of my all-time favorite songs.
But I will also there's a band I saw before I went to Alaska. It was actually the Friday before we flew out to Vancouver, called Upon a Burning Body. They're from San Antonio. And they're actually really good live. They're not one of my favorite bands, but they just have great stage presence and energy.
That always helps.
So yeah, they're just really fun to see live. So I started listening to them again. And another one that's a little bit more dark is a band called the Black Dahlia Murder.
Yep.
They're actually from Michigan. The lead singer died earlier this year, which is terrible. Talk about amazing frontman. He actually
all the good ones die early, dude.
And he actually
not all of them, but a bunch of them do.
But Trevor Sternad, amazing frontman. So there you go. I definitely made sure I dug into some metal for this week.
You went Texas. See, if I was going to go Texas, I'd have to be like, Stevie Ray Vaughan, which is fine. I don't like Stevie Ray Vaughan as a blues musician. I just like him as a musician. I don't think he's blues. I'm a stickler when it comes to blues music. But he's a great guitarist. He's got a great Western sort of sound. I guess that's what I would call his music, Western. Quote the Blues Brothers, we got both kinds of music, country and Western. He's Western. But yeah, other Tex, I can't think of any. I'm blanking on Texas musicians. I know there's a million amazing. I guess Rob Zombie, right? He's from Texas, isn't he?
I'm not sure where
he's from. That.
I thought he's from Texas.
I'm not sure. Yeah, no, you're bringing some other metalheads with you. Your buddy here's been listening to Fear Factory.
Yeah,
that's one I got to a long time ago.
That was back in high school, man. Oh yeah.
Me and that guy went to a Fear. It was Fear Factory in Korn at an outside venue, and they normally do volleyball games there. So the stage was there right in front of the volleyball pits. So you were in the sand when you were in the pit, which was awesome, except for after about 5 minutes, you're just kicking up sand. Everybody's dried out, and you felt awesome. But yeah, it was tough on the throat. So yeah.
Oh yeah, ZZ Top, clearly from Texas.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Fear Factory at Ozfest 2000. The Ozfest I went to was 2002, and that actually had System of a Down. Man, Wild, of course. I'm trying to remember. It didn't have Pantera, but it had Down. Do you remember Down, Phil Anselmo's other band? Yeah. Yep. With some guys from Corrosion of Conformity. I liked Down quite a bit. They were kind of a more bluesy metal,
right.
Which I always loved that style. It's a little bit more groovy.
I did not like them when they came out. I bought the CD. I was kind of all excited about the prospect. And then now though, when I hear it, I'm like, oh man, I get it. You know, I think I was just I was a metalhead kid growing up in Buffalo, so we had Cannibal Corpse, Baphomet, and Malevolent Creation, and I was, you know, and other New Yorkers like Immolation and shit like that. So I was like full death metal for way too long, and then I grew up and still love it, but my taste, you know, kind of diversified finally.
Yeah, I've definitely diversified
at 50.
What's funny is I actually got into more modern metal much harder than anything I used to listen to when I was younger. I don't know why it is, but I went that direction. So,
all right.
Okay, so Rob Zombie was born in Massachusetts. Damn it! Oh yeah, Cat's got it here. Man, that dude's overcompensating. That's for sure. Because I think it's just his love of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and now I believe he might live in Texas now. I know House of a Thousand Corpses is supposed to take place in like Texas and stuff like that. So I think that's where I got it.
All right, so go ahead, Jim.
Gotta do a shout out here, Chrissy Packnick. I'm probably saying that wrong. But she said she backed the game for the art and the fair pricing. Yeah. Thank you for saying that.
Oh yeah,
I had to fight off some trolls today that said like the shipping was too much and blah blah blah. I'm like, well, it's freaking free to the U.S., bro. You know. So hey, Chrissy, thank you for realizing that. And yeah,
well, and here's the
because I want to deliver this game. So
well, and, you know, the thing is you're not going to make everybody happy. You're just not. You know, there's somebody that's going to have a problem with something. You know, so you just do the best you can. Again, your campaign is funded. Now it's just continuing to grow it and make it so that you it does well enough. You can continue to make some other games, and things like that. Right. So, but
so that being said, we do have a game topic to cover tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Are we talking about games tonight?
Yeah, Jasmine's going to leave. I'll run down my list in 2 seconds. No. Blow the whole
Thanks for tuning in, Jazz.
Jazz hung out and played games with us all day on Saturday, or not all day, but like for the morning on Saturday. She can watch the replay tomorrow.
Okay.
So as usual, we let our guest pick our topic. Jim, why don't you go ahead and tell everybody the topic and why you picked it, if it wasn't obvious?
I don't think it was totally obvious, but you guys definitely you defended it the way I hoped, which was my topic was your favorite dark games. And somebody asked, well, what do you mean by dark? They have to be evil, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, no, it's dark. It's ambiguous. It's perfect. And that's exactly why I wanted it. It was, you could play with the word dark. They could just be dark. They could be twisted, or as you'll see, one of mine is like a spoof on it. And that's the idea. I like that. That's also the kind of the way I do games and play games. I like it to be a little of both. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I picked it. And it's October. Clearly, I got the zombie game. So, but again, I want to leave it open.
Oh, go on.
I wanted to give Tim the chance to throw in Cthulhu Wars.
One of the all-time greatest games ever made. You're right.
And if you guys are tuning in for the bingo, we got Cthulhu games, and we started a minute late, so we got a couple things.
Yeah,
he's already following the bingo sheet. I got to pull up the Discord.
Here's the other thing, Jim, and I mean this, I really do. Is I appreciate that you even watch and participate when you're not on, dude. I love it. It's really fun for me. Like when we start this. And like Mike and I, we joke all the time. We're just some hacks that like to talk about games. And then when we get people that actually like make games and do what we can't do to hang out with us, it's like, oh, okay, this is pretty cool. It's a little like hobnobbing for us, rubbing elbows with people that we respect. But a lot of you guys, I know you're just dudes that like to play games and stuff like that. But it means the world to Mike and I to have guys like you hang out with us, spend time with us, and participate. So let me get that right out of the way, man. I'm really grateful for it. I love the relationship and the rapport that we built. Like we're able to give each other shit in the Discord and mess around with each other. But we're gonna have a great time doing this list, and this won't be the only time. We just figured this would be a great opportunity for the first time to have you on,
totally,
right?
Totally.
Yeah. So yeah, I was just looking at the bingo sheet. Cthulhu Wars was in the middle. That was already dropped.
That's basically a free space.
Bob was the first to ask for likes. But you're not going to get the end column because Mike has shorts on. So apologies there. You're not going to get that one. No, I really love the list that can be completely arbitrary. Just you can pick them because the theme is dark, or you could pick them because they're gory, or you could pick them because they have dark in the name, or you could pick them because the games are black. I love the arbitrary topics. There's a million reasons you could put these games in this list, and I think those are the most fun lists. So the instant you mentioned it, I was ready to defend.
I wanted to put this game on my list, but I couldn't because I haven't played it yet. But this game, like the whole board's black. You know, it's like black and white. It's contrast. It's like, but I haven't played it, so I don't know. Doesn't count. And I wanted to put a zombie survival infection on my list, but I can't because it's not out yet. And I don't feel like that's fair. I feel like people should be able to play the game. I mean, they got access to it because you can go back it right now. So we won't, go back it right now.
Oh, but it looks like you can go ahead and check off Tim Panders.
Tim, we got to come up with more for Mike. I pointed out that the bingo is mostly like Tim stuff. So
it is.
We need more.
They hate because they ain't me. What are you going to do?
I'm trying to be more self-aware, but maybe it's just that I'm not as predictable as Tim. I don't know.
I'm consistent, sir. I'm consistent.
There you go. That's what they call it these days. All right, got it. Okay. So speaking of, we're at 30 minutes. I think we're about ready to go ahead and talk about some games, some dark games, specifically. I'm ready. I like the idea of this list. I started working on it a while ago, and it was tough to narrow down to 5 because I had so many.
Oh my god! All right. I keep writing down games because I'm thinking of other ones as we're talking, and it's
all right. So, yeah, I know. I ended up adding several like right at the last minute. So
yeah,
I think like usual
bingo question.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I know normally Tim mentions a hipster board game that nobody can get. Can people get credit if I do that?
Oh yeah. Okay. It does.
Right.
I don't have to be the only hipster on this show. I don't have to be.
It can be a wild space. People can use it where they want to win a bingo. There.
Right.
All right. Let's kick this thing off. We'll start with Tim and come back to me. We always start with number 5.
Okay, so it's funny we were talking about interpretations, right, of the list of the dark, right, games, dark themed games, dark games. And I'm going to go with literally the very first game as a kid that I used to play, and we had to play this game in the dark, and you needed a VHS player to play this game. I own 2 different versions of this now because it's got a different name that are DVD versions. But we still will used to go, this was like a convention game. Like we'd go to the con, drink beer and play it in the hotel room and talk trash. The original was called Nightmare. The newer versions is Atmosphere. And I think I just saw somebody say something in the chat because you've been banished to the black hole.
Oh, God.
Atmosphere, Nightmare. Shut up. Whose turn is it next? I just love that dude, the gatekeeper.
It was so cheesy.
Oh, it was. It's so, and they just yell at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I love that damn game. It's so much fun. Really goofy, but also really formative. I don't know, I was probably 12 or 13 when that game came out, and my buddies and I, that would be like the sleepovers. We'd get told to turn off the Nintendo, so then we'd just bust out Nightmare and play that, and get in trouble for yelling and screaming and laughing and screwing each other over. It was so much fun. It's not like great game by like modern board game hobby standards, but you know what? I have fun playing it.
Yeah.
And so for me, that's a damn good game. As cheeseball as it is.
Sure.
So that's Tim's hipster pick right there, right off the bat. And I actually have that copy up there right now. And then there's another one called like Atmosphere of the Harbingers or something.
Oh man, nice.
So.
I've heard him mention this one before. I don't know this one, so
it's no Cthulhu Wars, but I'll get you to play it sometime.
It's so bad it's good.
Yeah,
it is. You know, it's a mystery science theater in and of itself. Like,
there we go.
You just make fun of it while you're playing it, while you're enjoying it, and I think you make fun of it because you don't want to admit that you're enjoying how bad it is.
Right. Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, Bob's breaking on Tim for his crappy mic.
I didn't realize I had a crackle. My mic's usually good. It's my internet that's bad. Mike is the one that used to have the horrible audio.
Then I got a computer and everything was solved.
All right.
I mean, the show's not any better, but the audio was solved.
Right.
Yeah, it got so bad, Mike just gave up and moved to the couch.
That's relaxed vacation mode, Mike. You still have to come back.
Oh, that's what it is. There we go. I like it. All right, Mike, what you got?
Mike, Jim going next. You going last, Mike?
I'm going last.
Okay. All right, Jim.
All right. Mine is this game is. I went full hipster. This is more hipster than my first pick, but I think Gabriel and Judge Cohen might remember this bad boy from back in the day. It is a game called Slasher. All right.
Okay.
Now this does not have the best gameplay. It does not have the best rules, but these guys were doing something independent way early. But if you look, it's a game of basically it's a slasher movie. But this bad boy came in a VHS tape. Case.
Clamshell, yeah.
So that right there is brilliant. All right, the art, it's not that good. The gameplay, it's pretty decent, but that's not even it, bro. Unless they did an updated version.
No, we're looking. There's a few versions, but
hey, get on Jim's screen. I want to see what Jim's got.
I know. I can't find this thing.
This is the game board.
Make Jim's screen big.
I don't know if they microwave. If they just why did I say microwave? I'm still thinking about microwave fish. So
wrong person.
Come on, Mike.
I'm trying.
Right.
I don't have one to make the guess big. I gotta fix that.
All right, there we go. So that's the same game. Most of it is photography. Mike, you're just making it smaller. I'm trying. All right.
That's a big thing right there. Mike has technical issues.
Yeah.
I love that.
Our grainy photography, but like somehow it just works for the game. It comes with cards, little chits. I even full hipster. They only made one promo card. I got that bad boy. But the game, it's actually kind of fun. As long as you don't have, a rules lawyer there, because some of the rules aren't quite that hashed out. Again, these guys were doing stuff way before everybody else. And it's really good. But the premise, which I didn't even get into, is basically you get invited to this haunted house. It's a bunch of you. You don't necessarily know each other. And you're not sure if your guest is the psychopath slasher or it's one of you. And it actually can change throughout the game. And you don't really know until like the very end. And that's they put in some really good, for the time, like some really good mechanics in there. Again, there's a few little issues with gameplay, but all in all, it's actually really good. It's really fun. And the idea that it came in this VHS tape. Freaking
What's the actual premise of that game, Jim? Like, what are you doing?
He just explained it.
I just explained it. Mike was your next bingo thing. Mike doesn't pay attention.
I'm blown away because I was trying to find this thing and I can't find it. So I'm just sitting here like mind blown that I
finally I got somebody with me to give Mike shit, so it's good.
Yeah. I think, what is this game called? Precedence. There you go. I'm gonna zoom way up. There you go. There we go.
All right.
I mean, it does legit look like a DVD. You're right about that.
Yeah,
or VHS.
VHS, yeah. But
Yeah.
the premise, I'll say it again since Mike wasn't paying attention. Everybody can check it off their bingo card.
Blown away.
You're all invited to this house, this schwanky house, but it only has 5 rooms. But it's a schwanky house, and people start getting killed, and you don't know if it is your host or one of the other players. And it can actually fluctuate through the game, and eventually you figure out who the actual slasher is, and can you kill them before they kill off everybody else.
It sounds cool.
It is pretty decent. We played it a bunch late at night at the game store with the lights off, and enjoyed the shot of it.
And that's all that matters, man.
Yep.
Trevor thinks I was making Board Game Arena moves. No, I mean, I'm even Googling like slasher VHS game. I have nothing on this. Like,
so it is the true hipster pick. It's so hipster you can't even find it. That's a win.
At all.
You only got 15 minutes.
Blown away by this one. I want to play it now. All right. Well,
I'll bring it next time we nerd, which we're going to.
I mean, the whole idea of it sounds pretty cool. So I'm sold on that. All right. Apologies. I was seriously just blown away. I was just like Googling, and I'm like, I know he's explaining the game, and this is going to sound terrible, but I was just in disbelief. That's not a BGG.
Slasher, the Final Cut.
Oh. Nice.
Cinema card game. That'll probably get you what you need. If not, hit the old eBay, because I had to pay a pretty penny to get this, and that was years ago. I don't even know where it's at now.
Okay, there we go. Yes, Slasher, the Final Cut.
There it is.
There you go. See, you gotta love the ones. It's a hipster pick when it comes out in. When did that baby come out?
Oh, dude. Shit. 95.
Wow.
95. All right. Yeah.
I wasn't even done with high school yet. Wow.
I was still skipping high school, but yeah.
That's awesome. All right, good pick. That's great. I love finding new games.
All right.
So that's pretty good.
So is the promo card you have the gratuitous nudity card?
I think it is, yeah.
I love it. I love it.
All right, yes, I get it.
Gratuitous nudity. Yep.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Wow. They got a good deal on the clam cases, says Bob.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm sure they did. Now we need to come up with a game that uses all those AOL CDs.
No doubt.
All right, Mike. My number 5.
It better be good, dude.
Well, I mean, it's not. It didn't come out in 1995, but it did come out in 2010, and it's designed by Steve Jackson.
Okay.
It's got to be worth something, right?
We're going classic here. Yeah.
We're going classic. I will go classic as well. It's not as classic as what you guys picked, but the truth is, when I first got into this hobby, my first group that I had, before games would even start, we'd play this game like 2 times. Like every time. We just play it every single time we met up. It was like this is what we're playing before we do anything else. And that is because it's zombie dice.
Yeah.
I mean, just a simple dice rolling, push your luck game.
Yeah.
It's still great. I haven't played it in a while, but I definitely would. You know, I've always liked push your luck, and this is definitely one of the reasons why. You got a bunch of brains, but you're going to keep trying to roll more, because why not? The game lasts 20 minutes. I mean, eventually you get to a point where you got enough brains, you gotta stop, and you gotta bank those brains you got. But such a fun game. I haven't played it in a while, but yeah, for a while there, it seemed like we were playing this like almost every weekend.
Yep, it's a great just opener. You do that kind of to get the juices flowing for other games.
Yeah, it's it's not as hipster as what you guys picked. It sort of seemed kind of obvious, and I was like, maybe Tim picks this one, but I've literally never heard Tim talk about this game.
All
Like,
right.
why wouldn't we talk about zombie dice with our zombie man on the show here and on our first show of October? So zombie dice is.
I didn't want to be accused of pandering by having all zombie games on my list. Instead, I got accused for pandering for being nice to our guest.
Nice. I like it.
Well, I got accused of ignoring him. Somewhat true, because I'm still blown away. I couldn't find that game. I'm like, this has to be somewhere. Why can I got on a mission. I tuned everything else out.
You did.
Busted. All right.
I got my zombie dice right here. I did a little hack because rolling those dice is too damn loud. And I put a little, you probably can't see it. There's a little felt in there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now when I carry it in my bag, I don't sound like I got a pocket full of Tic Tacs or any shit like that. So,
right.
Yeah. Little life hack.
Nice. Let's see. What's everybody saying here?
Zombies.
Oh yeah, zombies. That one I never actually played.
I think I've got a copy of that, but I haven't played it.
For shame. I'm both of you. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, I know. There's I know it's terrible. There's a few implementations of this. They actually made a Batman the Animated Series dice game. I did not know that. What else?
I demoed that at Gen Con a few years. If you're talking about the one that came out like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
It was 2016. It says.
All right, maybe that's not the same one. This was like back in the animated series, and it was like way too basic.
Mm.
And I was kind of thinking like this is kind of like zombie dice, but less fun. Like, yeah, there's less symbols on it. Yeah, there's less symbols than zombie dice. It was like zombie dice, but even more simplified. And I was like, I don't think you needed to simplify zombie dice anymore.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. I used to play zombie dice like an app on my iPad back in the day, or maybe it was on my Kindle or something. But yeah,
there's a few versions of this I didn't know about. You got Dino Hunt.
See, that's got 3 symbols.
You got Mars Attacks. Now this one I've heard of. Speaking of brains, but there you go.
We come in peace.
Zombie dice it is. I went with an easy one for number 5, but hey, just because it's easy, don't make it not good.
Right.
All right.
Oh God, Zombie Flux.
I just don't like the Flux games.
Oh, they're a love or hate it for sure.
Yeah. Zombie Flux is the only one I own, actually.
All right.
That theme alone got me to grab it, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not sure I need to own any more of these at all."
I thought I had
3 other versions. I'm like, no,
I thought I had the Monty Python Flux, but maybe I never bought it. I'd only ever flirted with getting it. I don't remember.
That was the other one I considered that I have not played that I almost bought. Anywho, all right, let's hear Tim's second hipster pick, number 4.
All right, my number 4 is not hipster at all, but it is a take. It is a take on the dark theme that is not as direct or as upfront or literal. I am a cinephile. I also love history. I love like even American history, but like American history from like the 20th century, right? Because there's so many interesting things that happen, especially World War II era. And this isn't even World War II directly though, but it's right after World War II. I'm talking about Hollywood 1947 from Facade Games. Okay, so Hollywood 1947, you are either a patriot or a communist, and you are trying to slip propaganda into films. And so this is all about the Red Scare. What? And so, because, Joseph McCarthy, is crazy and, carried around his briefcase, which was actually just filled with bottles of booze because he was an idiot. But anyways, he's drumming up all this Red Scare stuff, about communists being everywhere and people being on blacklists and everything. And then you've got actors ratting each other out. Ronald Reagan famously ratted out so many people. I know everybody loves Ronald Reagan, but he was a snitch back in the day. But he was head of the Screen Actors Guild back then. There's so much interesting history all in here. And this game is just like this little slice of really interesting history that could be like totally overlooked and forgotten about. But there were people like really great movie writers and directors and stuff from back then that would get blacklisted. And so this game kind of, you know, captures just like that little slice of this where you're on one side or the other and you're just trying to slip your propaganda, and your cards are either patriot or communist, and you're adding them to the deck, and then the movie that you flip over a card, and that's the style of movie it's going to be. And some of them might already be more of one thing versus another. So like a film noir already starts off as a little bit communist. So you have to sort of, if you're a patriot and you want this movie to be made, you know, in a way that is patriotic, you have to, you know, kind of compensate for that a little bit. But, you know, they've got like monster movie, like it's all classic, like 40s style things. And it's a really neat game, captures the theme really well. And for me, like a very dark time in American history. And so that's why I went with Hollywood 1947. Also, it looks like a book. So not as cool as Jim's clamshell for the VHS there.
Cool. But
this thing looks straight up like a book. And I've got books on movie history and stuff like that because I find that shit fascinating. But anyways, really cool, really wild time in Hollywood, and a lot of people got thrown under the bus. Not to bring that back around to that, but rightly and wrongly, right? Like some people were like straight up communists, 100%, and some people just didn't think that, like, you know, a fascist style government was necessarily the best thing either. But, you know, it was even back then, it was a time of political extremes. Everybody thinks it's new now. No, that stuff's been going on for, you know, 100 years. But anyways, Hollywood 1947, that's my pick. It's super fun. Really like it quite a bit.
Nice.
I did not get to play that one when you guys reviewed it. I still really want to. I'm glad you tied it together at the end there by saying it was a dark time in Hollywood. I'm like waiting. I'm like, right. Why is this a dark game?
Tie-in drop. Yeah.
You're walking on pins and needles, man. You never know who's going to rat you out, you know, and then you feel like you've got to rat somebody else out, but so that you could virtue signal, you know what I mean, that you're not one of the bad guys, you know. And again, that's all subjective and relative. But horrible time, very dark.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, Jim, what do you got? What'd you got for number 4?
Hang on, I was gonna do something else here. I'm drinking some of the last of my Sexton Walking Dead edition.
Nice.
So if you're into cheap whiskey, Mike and Tim, put Tim last because I know he's into cheap whiskey, but Sexton is some of the best of the lower end whiskeys you're gonna get, and it's an Irish whiskey. It's really, really good though, and it's under $30 usually.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
But I'm drinking some of my last Walking
Dead. Now is that back from when Walking Dead was still good? I'll just throw that. I'll just throw that dart.
Yeah, right. No, actually, this came out I think just last year. So
Walking Dead's been bad for a while since then.
Yeah.
So
real quick about that. I definitely took a break at one point and didn't finish it. I'm not gonna lie. And then when I haven't finished it. All this, I went back and I just skipped the rest of the season that I bailed on, and now I'm in like, I don't know. It's one. I only have 1 or 2 left, and it's good again. And I was like, oh shit! Wow, this is.
So I've read a bunch of the collected editions of the comics, so I know what happens from when I stopped.
Yeah.
But I stopped right before the or maybe like a season before the Negan season. Mm-hmm. But I knew everything that happened from that because of the comic, and I know that what they did was like straight up out of the comic, at least a few things with some characters and how he deals with some of those characters. But I just got so bored with it, and at times, and it's like, okay, everybody loves Daryl Dixon, like whatever. He's not, he's He's fine. That dude, like, I remember when that dude was in Blade 2, like, and Boondock Saints. He has been in nothing else that is worth a shit.
Dude, so I used to do the horror con here, and yeah. So I won a Rue Morgue cover contest with some of my zombie posters, and then was doing a VIP party with all celebs, and hung out with that guy for a hot minute, and he doesn't act.
Norman Reedus, that's him.
That dude does not act. He just shows up. And he's just himself, and that's it. And clearly, they're never going to put him in another part that doesn't fit that form, which is, hey, man, I'm not begrudging the guy. That's awesome and great for him. But he's just that dude, and that's it.
I do not get why so many women find that dude attractive. It's like, I could just not bathe and shave, and then, like, if I had hair, make it really stringy looking. Like, there's some people you get, right? You're like, oh, I get why everybody loves Joe Manganiello or Channing Tatum or, Jason Momoa. Like, I get it.
Right.
But like that dude, like, what?
Right.
And do you carry a crossbow, Tim?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. No.
Also, anybody playing the bingo, it was Tim lists off his 3-man crushes.
Oh. Jim, we're not supposed to be adding squares for me. We're supposed to be adding for Mike.
Oh, right.
See, you just answered your own question. Why is the bingo so Tim heavy? Right? Is because I just present an easy target. Is what it is.
Fine. Oh, we're supposed to be doing my number 2. All right, my number 2 is
you're number 4. You're number 4.
My number 4. Yeah, my number 4. That's what I mean. It's 2 on my list. I'm going with Escatan.
Ooh, I've heard of this.
You threw that out. What?
Yeah,
it's good. The premise, is you're racing to be the best, the most in favor of the Dark Lord when he comes back during the Middle Ages and just kills everybody and wipes out everything. But what I love about it, it's dark. It's dark as fuck.
It doesn't sound dark at all.
Yeah, the design is dark. The game is dark, but also these guys are just unapologetic dark. You go to their booth, it's all freaking black. The table throws are black. They got this giant pillar in the center, and they just lay into it hardcore. And they've been going like that. And you get their Facebook ads; they're dark. They went full dark, and as far as gameplay goes, it's pretty good. I have had 1 or 2 games where somebody just ran away and the rest of us just watched while they beat the crap out of us unmercifully. Oh. But I also blame that a little bit on the people there. When you see somebody getting ahead, man, you got to band together and knock them down a peg. Otherwise, that's how it's going to end up, And if you're not willing to be brutal in a brutal game, those kind of things can happen.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like your game, man. You can't let somebody run. You gotta be willing to kick somebody in the shins, get it going.
Yep. But I played this. I did the demo at one Gen Con. These guys were like, "Oh yeah, we got this new game. Sit down." And I was like, "All right, well, you guys are wearing metal T-shirts and everything's black around here, so I'm in. I don't even know what this is, but let's do it." And he was like, "Well, you're gonna raise the Dark Lord," and I was like, "Oh shit, okay,
I'm in."
Yeah, you had me, bro. So I played it, and I was like, yes. I threw my money on the table, and the guy's like, no, it's on Kickstarter right now. And I was like, what is Kickstarter? So this was literally the first game I ever backed on Kickstarter, and I was like, yes, all right, okay.
Sometimes, though, that's the worst is when you think, like, you go to Gen Con and you're like, I'm here to play this, I'm here to play games and I want to buy a bunch of games. Yeah. And then you go to buy it and they're like, oh, well, it's on Kickstarter right now. And you're like, oh, you're killing me.
Yep. For sure.
Didn't they have a booth at Gen Con this year?
Oh, yeah. They got a... Which, again, blows my mind because here at my work, we're trying to get a bigger booth, and we've been around just as long as these guys, and now they got like a 20 by 20 island, and we're like, we've literally been asking every year for the past decade if we can up the size of our booth. So
it's really tough. They got a weird point system kind of thing you got to do with with Gen Con and stuff.
See, I remember seeing that now. I remember seeing that at Gen Con, the all-black booth. I definitely remember that.
It was on the west side, kind of about 5-6 rows in, halfway up, right off the main aisle, big island. Yep.
So the opposite side of where you were, right? Because you were all the way on the far east.
In Florida.
Yeah, you were in Florida. That's right. I remember you describing it that way.
We were in the wang of the convention.
Yeah. We were kind of in like Minnesota or something. We were
Yeah. These guys were in like Nevada, maybe.
I like it. I like figuring this out geographically.
Right.
That sounds cool, dude. I've seen that game. It's been on my radar for a while. So but you're the first person that I've heard talk about it, and it just I just love games a lot of times that are like not like anything else in my collection, and that 1,000,000% sounds like that. So unique, again, dark, like a very cool theme. I'm not put off. There's a basically no theme out of bounds for me.
Okay.
Like
sure.
If the game's good or it's interesting, because some of my favorite comedy is like Mel Brooks 70s stuff, right? Like really push the edges.
Yeah.
Like you laugh or you cry. So like theme, I love challenging themes, difficult themes, dark themes, all that stuff.
Yeah. So. The mechanics, which I didn't even go over, but it's a pretty basic deck builder, but you have a play board and you're jockeying for control of areas on the board. But the deck building it's not very complex, and it's somewhat forgiving. Sure, somebody that really optimized it, they might run away with the game, but my girlfriend's not really into deck building, but it's one of her favorite games, and she's like, hey. Can we do the Dark Lord game? And I was like, all right, baby, I'll get the Escatan out. Let's do it.
Yeah. Hey, look, if the lady asks, you must abide, like if that's going to get her to the table, play a game for sure. I don't care what game it is. If my wife asks me to play a game, I'm like, yep, let's go.
Sure.
You had me at Dark Deck Builder.
There you go.
All right. I definitely got to check that one out. Okay. So my number 4, I have only played at Origins this year because it came out this year.
Okay.
And we actually need to film a review of this.
I know what this is.
I enjoy social deduction and hidden trader games. With a little bit of semi-co-op mixed in. You think somebody's working against you, but they're trying to screw you over the whole time.
Yeah.
And this fits the dark theme because as Allied forces fight the enemy on Europe's war-torn beaches, another battle begins in a child's bedroom in Brooklyn when the nightmarish boogeyman snatches a boy and takes him to the realm of the dark. The child's playthings, led by the toy soldier known as the Colonel, band together to stage a daring rescue. On their perilous mission, they will confront the boys' bitter and forgotten toys, as well as betrayal in their own ranks. In The Stuff of Legend, each player takes on the role of one of the boys' loyal toys, each with their own unique abilities. The Stuff of Legend is my number 4.
Yeah, it's based on a series of graphic novels as well. But very cool.
Based on a book series, yes.
Yeah, the artwork is incredible. It is a fun. It's sort of like a dark 1940s Toy Story. Like the kids' toys come to life to try to save them. But yeah, there's some of those shunned toys that are not as thrilled about their situation.
Does it have a dark teddy bear?
What the heck just happened?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could be a dark teddy bear, or he could be a good guy. You don't know. Depends.
Right.
Yeah, so what's interesting about this, and I do like my semi-co-op, social deduction, hidden trader games. What's interesting about this one is that, there's a lot of semi-co-op games where, you're going to choose your action. You're just going to kind of do whatever you want. Now, of course, you don't want to be too obvious and pick extremely detrimental actions, because then everybody's not going to let you. They're going to start trying to quarantine you, or they're going to do something to prevent you. in this game, you don't just get to choose an action and do it. You've got on your turn, you have to nominate an action, and then the whole table votes on whether they agree that we should do your proposed action. Well, if you're the evil player, you're not going to get anywhere nominating actions that don't benefit the team. So you have to pick actions that the whole team benefits from.
Pump the brakes, though. You just have to say you're going to do actions that the whole team benefits from. They all vote to support you, and then you can choose to do whatever the hell you want.
You can, but you are best doing that later in the game. If you do it very early.
Oh, I'm not saying that you could just, whatever. I'm just saying that what I really like about this game is you have the option to then just go, nope, we're going to go this way because you voted to say that you're going to do what I say we're going to do. Please continue.
Yeah, it was just really interesting. I like that voting system. I like this theme. The art for it is great. And it's a game designed by Kevin Wilson. I mean, this guy has designed some classic games. And then he comes out with this one. And I just did not expect this one to be a Kevin Wilson game. But man, it's really good. We just need to play it again. We only got to play it that one time. So yeah, you're basically just kind of like moving your team. You're voting on where you want to move your team around this board. Why does it keep zooming in so far? Like I click it one time and it's like, oh, you want to go that far? Anyway, but you're trying to move. You're starting from this basic area here, like your home base. And you're trying to move around. You're trying to find out where the bad guys are. And so it's just it's an interesting way to do social deduction. I enjoyed this one quite a bit. So can't wait to play it again.
Awesome.
So yes, the Stuff of Legend. I really didn't know anything about this book series. But yeah, I looked into it a little bit when I heard about this game. Is it too early to mention Jim's surprise that he dropped to us in the pre-production meeting?
You want to do it? You want to do it like halfway through now? Like at least announce it, and then we'll like let everybody prep.
I feel like we should get that out there so people are prepared for it.
Wait, what are we talking about?
So, well, you did kind of just come out of left field with this, Mike. You could have, like, I don't know. I won't give you too hard of a time.
Set it up better?
Yeah, set it up a little better. Jim, do we want to mention sort of the giveaway that we're going to talk about doing?
Yes, I was actually going to say the evil teddy bear would be a great opportunity for a great segue for one of the giveaways.
See, Tim?
I have an art book that I made, a bunch of my art, and one of which I have this weird fascination with dead or suicidal teddy bears or teddy bears.
Yes.
So this is one piece I did of a teddy bear. I had a little cartoon of basically this teddy bear saying how he's no longer loved. He's been left in the dark, and he's not bitter. He's just saying goodbye, and he hangs himself. So it's kind of the loss of your innocence, the loss of your childhood, and you leaving it behind. It's not that fucked up as you think about it. But it's in this book, and I was thinking that'd be a great segue into a giveaway of this book.
Yeah. So that's the thing is we're going to do 2 giveaways, right? Or are they going to be 2 separate? Or is it going to be one altogether? Jim, it's your call. Separate. Okay, we're going to do 2 giveaways, and we're going to give it away via trivia question if you're watching. Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah.
Right on. So that's just one of them. How about we save the next thing we're giving away for after your next pick?
Sure.
At least we'll tease it out.
Let's say we do it between 2 and 1.
Ooh, I like it, Jim. I like it.
Yeah,
I'll make sure I catch note of when our guest is playing with his giveaway and do a perfect segue for that one as well.
Well, here's the thing is that my number 2 would be perfect for what his other giveaway will be.
All right. Well, then there you go. That'll be a good segue. We'll flip the order then. But What's some quick trivia we can do for this?
Well, we'll save it. We'll save it for the end. We'll do true trivia questions, and we'll do what we're gonna tell. We're not gonna tell people what the trivia question is yet. We'll come up with the trivia at the end. But now we're just teasing you.
Lose some people. I want to give people that might be bailing early a shot. You know.
Oh, okay. Okay, you want to be nice. You want to be nice.
Yeah. The other one saved to the end. It's a little bigger ticket item, so you know.
Okay, so here's the thing: is it'll be tough because people can Google, but do we want to do like a zombie themed trivia?
It's or generic horror.
Or you just want generic horror? Whatever you want, man. Whatever you want. It's your giveaway.
I don't know. I don't know. You know what? I think you should come up with something, Tim, because I got a lot of peeps on here that are friends and.
Oh, sure. Like, they're going to know your stuff right away, right?
Like Judge and Gabriel are going to be on me in a second. So.
Right. Yeah. I get that. Okay. How about this?
Come up with something for the other one, but yeah.
Okay. So give me one pick. We'll announce the trivia question between your pick and Mike's pick for number 3. How's that sound?
Okay.
Because that'll give me a minute. That'll give me a second to come up with a thing. I can space out and then ask you how the game plays after you just spent 3 minutes explaining it. That way Mike isn't the only one that did that tonight.
Sure.
Right. Make sure you Google a good trivia answer.
No, listen, Mike knows that I only give him hell because I love him. That's it.
Yeah.
That's how it goes in my family.
That's how it works around here.
That is how it works, man. Okay, so you ready for my number 3? We're gonna do 3.
We are doing number 3 because that comes after 4.
All right. Number three. This is really dark for a couple of reasons. One, this game, humanity has ended, society is over. 2, this game, it takes place way too close in the future for that to be very comfortable, for it not to be very dark, because this game takes place in 2083. But humanity has been extinct for decades at this point. Let me say, as a kid, the OG Planet of the Apes movies, I loved them. I loved a bunch of those movies. They're not like, I mean, the first one's still pretty good, but most of them aren't, after that aren't amazing. The Tim Burton one is terrible, even though it tries to do some interesting things, but Mark Wahlberg's a terrible actor. Fight me on that. He's terrible. He plays one role. He is your Daryl Dixon. He is good at one thing and that's it. He's awful. But the other ones, the Rise of the Planet of the Apes and Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, those were good. The remakes after that. But anyways, After Us, this game is beautiful. It's colorful. It's got that Vincent Dutrait art.
Wow, so dark.
It's so dark though, because humanity in 50 years, humanity has been extinct for decades. That means we got like 20 years tops, in my opinion, right? Before humanity goes extinct. And in this game, you're basically playing as apes, like sentient apes, like apes with intelligence that are, trying to sort of build their own society. And it's very cool. It's very unique. It's got this really fun sort of deck building aspect to it. The artwork is so bright and colorful, but if you look in the background of any of the pictures, there's like the like wrecked Eiffel Tower, you know what I mean? Like they're building up around, the landmarks of human civilization. And I just love really fun twists on post-apocalyptic stuff. Like if I set this game in front of my wife and we just played it and I just said, hey, this is what we're doing. You're going to lay your cards next to each other, and they're going to form little sets, and that's going to give you resources. And then you can buy cards with those resources. And we're going to play until somebody gets to 80 points. She'd be like, cool. If I explained to her the theme, she'd be out. She's like, I don't care. I'm not interested in the theme. But if I just like laid out this beautiful, brightly colored, game with fantastic art, she'd be like, oh, cool. Right. Like in my in-laws, like this game is so straightforward and relatively easy to like teach and learn. But like the theme, like if you dig in, like just an inch below the surface. The theme of this game is so dark. It is so dark because humanity is long gone, long gone. And I think it's fantastic. The second that we said, we said dark games like a week ago, I believe, right? And then I played this game on Saturday for the first time. I played it. I bought it immediately after playing it, and then was like, this is going on my dark theme list the second I saw that it takes place in 2083, because there's nothing darker than humanity being extinct. I mean, we can be terrible to each other all we want, but man, we're gone. Well, shit. Okay.
I don't know if that's necessarily dark. Isn't that super bright?
It might be bright depending on your outlook. But I just thought this was really cool. I love post-apocalyptic themes in games, but I also like games that are really good and really good looking and can kind of trick people into playing games that may not be interested in the theme, but they're going to play it because of I can enjoy this game for the theme and the game, but I think there's a ton of people that could play this game and just enjoy it for the game itself. And then they could have played this game for 2 years and then finally read the setting for the game and be like, oh, what?
Right.
We're all gone. Oh shit. Okay. Anyways, it's a great game. I'm excited. I love it. It's super cool. And, again, beautiful artwork, and so brightly colored. It's going to be probably the only game on my list that has this vibrant of colors, because, unintentionally maybe, and just because, or maybe for me is a darker theme is usually darker and more muted tones. But I thought this would be sort of a fun curveball to have on my list anyways, because it's it looks so happy and cheery, and you got these cool looking, apes all over your cards. You got tamarins and mandrills and gorillas and all this stuff. And you're like, oh, wait a minute, but we're all dead, So for me, just a nice, dark, fun theme. So there you go.
All right.
Such dark artwork too.
After Us, dude. It's really good. The artwork's beautiful.
It is really good. I'll give you that. I guess being dead.
Hold on. I gotta shout out to Judge real quick. Judge, I have several. I have got TMNT, the Palladium games. I've got the After the Bomb, which takes place in Australia. I've got Knights of Avalon, which takes place in England, but it's post-apocalyptic, but it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle style. Judge, you and I feel like that scene in Step Brothers. Did we just become best friends? Yep. That is a blast from my past right there. Anyways, wow. I'm sorry. Please continue. I got very excited about that.
Real quick, just to be on theme with Tim here, my number 3 is Wingspan. Why? Nobody knows.
Yeah, fuck off.
Damn. You're disrespecting Wingspan, and Brian Beswick says, don't disrespect Marky Mark. I think he meant to say, don't disrespect the Marky Mark.
Yeah, all of them. all of them they all suck, man. Marky Mark's good in 3 movies.
Oh,
that's it.
Wow.
That's it. I will openly hate on Mark Wahlberg in his movies. I don't care. He's fantastic in Boogie Nights, but he's basically that character in everything.
Don't respect Marky Mark.
There we go. Thank you, Judge.
And where's Lynn? I know my buddy Lynn. He popped in earlier. You're talking about turtles, and he must not be around anymore because that dude he's green. I'm just saying.
Oh, nice. Hey, yeah, TMNT, man. That was my childhood. I'm here for it, man.
He's green AF. He must not be around.
Okay, look, he probably likes Boston College, Andrew. Get out of here. He probably likes Boston College. That's the fake Catholic university.
Oh, there we go. Oh shit. Look at you guys got something in common there, Tim.
Ooh. Listen, nice. I'm 2 miles from the University of Notre Dame. I grew up running around that campus as a child. I will never apologize for being Notre Dame.
I don't know if you know Notre Dame Marky Mark, he lives 1.5 miles away from Notre Dame.
Now we're just topping, right? Only if Notre Dame was in Boston. Oh, Judge got me too, right there. Boston. See? All right. See, Jim, I knew like not only could I roll with you, but like clearly you've got good taste in friends.
Yeah, oh dude. We're old school shit talkers, so yeah.
That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. All right. What's your number 3? And then I'll drop the trivia question.
All right. My number 3 is literal, but it's still one of my favorites. Apparently it's one of Kat's favorites, but she's not very good at it.
Oh,
you missed Escatan, baby.
Oh, I listened to it on the ride over
yeah. Escatan's one of her favorites, but
and I beat you every time.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got like in Escatan, but King of Tokyo Dark. Why Dark? I didn't just pick it because Dark is in the name, but this game is like King of Tokyo is a great opener. It's fun and you could teach it to anybody. You know, it's a good one. It's a classic. We all love it. But King of Tokyo with the terror track, I freaking love it. It adds a little element that doesn't break. You know, sometimes expansions break stuff or when they change a little. Oh man, that was just a waste of my time. No. King of Tokyo Dark with the terror track is great. I have won on just virtue of getting all the perks from the terror track before everybody else and just wreck shop. So
I love King of Tokyo Dark so much.
Oh, it is so good. And it's so like easy to teach. It's so simple. You can open up with this game and then you're filled with rage for the next game because you got your ass handed to you.
I got a question for you, Jim, because so you're a gamer and you're an artist, all right?
Yeah.
How important is art to you in a game? Because I'm just asking because that King of Tokyo art is fine. It's good, right? It's good for what it is. But that King of Tokyo Dark art, like the contrast and everything, is like top notch, dude. Yeah. It's so good. Like that box cover alone is freaking fantastic with the contrast and everything and the way they do stuff. But how important is art to you in a game? Does that matter to you?
Well, actually, I think yes, it's art, but it's also the design, you know? So this is the marriage of art, design, and the game all just kind of clicked and hit, which is awesome. If I've bought games where I wouldn't say I've enjoyed them for art, but I've enjoyed looking at them for art, but I don't think it's hugely important. If something's good, you know, like I love Dominion and like the box
art's arbitrary in that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it has, as I've said before, the worst graphic design for the rule book, and my eyes give up on me when I read that rule book, and I'm just like, oh my god, did you do this in PageMaker from 1990? Like, holy
the answer is yes, they did.
So when it's abysmal, it kills me, but I still love the game. I mean. It ups the level, but I don't think it's hugely important, you know. If it doesn't really match the style of the game, I think it would fall off a little bit, you know.
Well, see, like, because I can go both ways, right? Like a game can have garbage art, but if the game's really good, then whatever. But for me, when a game is really good and it has fantastic art, you know what I mean? Like it just is like a multiplier, you know what I mean? And so like, here you go, Mike. Cue up Tim Panders. Zombie Survival Infection, really fun because the art makes that game 10 times better. Like just because the art's really good and I love how grisly and everything it is. But like King of Tokyo Dark, right? I already like King of Tokyo. Then even if they didn't add the terror track and it was just a dark version of that game, like all of the artwork in that game is so good. Like and the way that they screw around with like the color palette, you know what I mean? Like just highlighting like one color, you know, like on a card. I love that stuff so much. It just looks so good. So anyways, this was a write-in that like I had this game on my list. If nobody else was going to mention it, I was going to mention it. So, and then, Bob says art's usually what gets him to pick it up off the shelf. You know, but if the gameplay is good, art isn't as important, but art does like tend to draw me in, you know?
Yeah, it's the old, you know, you can't judge a book by its cover, but that cover may get you to pick the book up.
Oh yeah,
You know,
right.
And yeah, I mean, there's lots of games. I mean, there are games I actively stayed away from because the look of the game just was not appealing. And then
one of my favorite games of all time has the worst box art, and I stayed away from it for a long time, right? Because of the box art. But I love that game. It's ugly as hell, but that game is really good.
It's the main one I bring up when we mention this every time.
You know what? I gotta amend some of my previous statement because I had seen Dominion a million times. I mean, it's one of those games that's just
right.
Everywhere.
It's homework at this point.
But like I never picked it up, and then somebody else bought it for me. And, it was just like, we're going to play this. And I was like, all right, I've seen it a million times. And then I played it and I enjoyed it. And you know what? I think I actually was turned off. I'm looking, it's like right off camera here. We got it the entire thing. Like just looking at the logo and the box.
It's ugly.
In my eyes, they're like,
it's ugly.
They want to give up on me. They hate life right now. It's like looking at Marky Mark in his freaking underwear. Oh, no, that was his brother at the end of that movie.
Yeah. It's Donnie Wahlberg in Sixth Sense.
Yeah, it's Sixth Sense.
Oh yeah, you're that like, oh, just shoot me too. Shoot me too. I'm done.
That would have been great trivia right there. Damn it.
Oh, it turns out it was good though. No, I got a good trivia question, and when you're ready, and then I'll work on the final one for the good one. But
Mike's just freestyling on his list. He's just coming up with them, as we go, because he wants to base it off what me and you say there, Tim.
I know.
So we could throw
Mike's list is arbitrary. Okay.
Mine is arbitrary.
So we already talked about Send More Cops. That is a famous line from what zombie movie?
Baby, you got the book at home. You don't need it. All right, put it in the chat. First one in. Come on, everybody knows Send More Cops.
Because you know that, right, Jim? I know Mike doesn't know it. I know Mike doesn't know it.
The other night.
No, I suck with movies.
Send more paramedics. Also,
I do want to say I have not played King of Tokyo Dark. I actually just assumed it was the same game with a different art style, which the art style I agree is better. But I like New York. I assume that he's got it.
Yep. Your buddy Judge got it right away. Was that too easy?
Yeah, we got it. I sent it him.
Okay. You got his address already?
I can get in touch with him, yeah.
Okay. Oh man, Chrissy was right behind.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what, Chrissy? I got something for you too. Get Tim and Michael collect your info.
Yeah. Okay, Chrissy. Just hit us up. You can email us at boardgamerundown@gmail.com. You can find us in Discord. Mike, can you share a link to the Discord? Judge says give it to her.
All right.
But yeah, Send More Cops. Jim, did I tell you the fun story about Return of the Living Dead?
Nope, but I'm always up for him.
Okay. So
Welcome,
do you know Chrissy? Is Chrissy?
Nope.
I thought you knew Chrissy. All right. Hey, because Chrissy's new to the show. Chrissy, hey, thank you for being here.
I think did she come here because I'm posting on the campaign? I know she was a backer. Which awesome.
Yeah, she did say, yeah. So very cool. Very cool. Glad you're here. So that movie was filmed in Louisville, Kentucky, or parts of that movie. The cemetery scenes were filmed in a cemetery called Cave Hill. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
In Louisville. That's the same cemetery where Muhammad Ali is buried. Colonel Sanders is buried there. And right around the corner, I'm not even joking, 20 yards from Colonel Sanders, my grandmother is buried in that cemetery. They broke into that cemetery to film at night because they did not have permission.
Oh, nice.
Back in the 80s. So there's your fun trivia for Return of the Living Dead.
Dude, I got some more trivia for you. I can't even say what his straight face. Marky Mark's grandmother is buried at 15 yards away from Colonel Sanders.
Screw you. Jim, I love you for that, man. I really do. I love you for that.
Sorry,
No, it's funny. It's funny because every time I go to Louisville to visit family, because all my aunts and uncles live down there and everything, and both of my parents were from there. I live here because my dad went to Notre Dame, and then he lived here, like basically. And my mom came with him. But it's really funny because every time I go to see my grandma, even when I was a kid and we would go see my grandpa buried, because he's now buried next to my grandma's now buried next to where he was. We would always go feed the ducks at the cemetery. We'd go see Colonel Sanders and we'd go see my grandpa every time. It was like a weekly thing. Like we just go, all right, well, we're gonna go see Hesse. His last name was Hess. We called him Hesse. Or everybody called him Hesse. But yeah, we'd always go see Colonel Sanders. He's right around the corner. Whoop, you drive right around the corner.
Nice.
And so it's a crazy story. I always take pictures of Colonel Sanders because he's got like a little bust. And then there's like this is a cemetery that is just filled. It's so Gothic. It's filled with like all these crazy statues and monuments and everything. It's insane. It's one of the coolest cemeteries I've ever been to in my life. And I've been obsessed with cemeteries ever since. But anyways, so yeah. Return of the Living Dead. It's a really fun, awesome movie. I love the Tar Zombie. Tar Zombie's amazing. That's the first zombie movie where they do the brains thing also, right? Yep. But anyways, I could go on and on about Return of the Living Dead, but so good.
Yep. No, Judge kind of half threw out some trivia there. You guys know what Black Spiral Dancers are?
No, I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Give it to me. He's gonna join
some 80s or 90s RPG trivia. They're from the Werewolf game. That's all.
Are they really? I used to play Werewolf. I should know that.
Black Spiral Dancers. They were like one of the main enemies. Those were the corrupted werewolves. Originally Scottish. If we want to go into it.
My only problem with werewolf, like versus like vampire, as far as like all that White Wolf stuff went, is that like all the werewolves were like, I don't want to call them hippies, but they were kind of hippies. Yeah, they were all eco-terrorists. They were all like 90s eco-terrorists. And I was kind of like, I didn't love the theme as much. I wanted to be a werewolf so bad. And it's like, oh, wait, we just hate construction workers? Okay.
Wow.
Oh, and then Rage. So, Judge, I never played Rage, the CCG, but I did play the vampire one called Jihad, which I loved. And I've heard that Vampire Masquerade Rivals is a version of that. So,
yeah, we played a lot. Judge, Gabriel, a bunch of us, we played a lot of the Rage collectible card game. I was those guys are going to say that they were better, but
Oh, Jim, did you play Jihad? You knew Jihad?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we used to play Jihad a lot.
Yep. I fell deep into Rage, and that was it.
Man, I remember Rage, but I don't think I got it as because I think what happened was I was, poor high school kid, and the card store had the Jihad stuff for really cheap, like they were just trying to move it.
Yeah.
And I bought up a bunch of it, and then I actually moved and had a new friend that also played Jihad. So we just went like balls deep, right? Like we just went nuts in it because it's like, okay, here we go. And we played a ton of that in the old Star Wars CCG back in the day.
Oh man. Yeah.
But that's some 90s. That's some 90s stuff there. Mike was probably just in middle school back then.
I just got called out for cheating. Bro, you can't prove that. I did not.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Dude, I will just say me and those two clowns, we went to a tournament at the college and we walked away with all three of the top prizes.
Nice.
At doing a Rage.
Oh, judges.
Yeah. There we go. This dude remembers.
Right
yeah. I
on
walked in,
cue.
the guy running the tournament goes, fuck. And everybody's like, what? And he goes, this guy just won. Pointing to me. I was like, no, I know what. Yeah. And then I won. I screwed up, forgot to put frenzies in my deck, which is the most important part of your combat deck, because there was 2 different decks, and I still managed to pull off the win. So, yeah.
I love it, dude. I love it. This is so good. Jeff, I never got into Overpower. I wanted to. The old Marvel game.
I had buddies play that on lunch at work, and I don't know. I was so into the other mechanics that I couldn't wrap my head around it. I was like, what? And it's really not that hard of a game. But yeah,
it's not. I had a dude that a friend that taught us to play that game, but the thing is he was the kind of guy that would teach you enough of the rules to play, but he would not teach you everything because he wanted to win.
Yeah, he'd teach you to beat you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he was with that with role-playing games, and he still is. To this day. But Overpower was one of those games. And then we just got smarter about it. And then we just kind of knew, like, okay.
Oh, Bob played Spellfire back in the day, bro.
Oh,
I did too, man. I did too. I sold those bad boys a little while ago.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's like, I wish I still had some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And this is where we welcome Mike back to the conversation.
Well,
hi, Mike.
Yeah, I want to tell everybody off. We have our own private chat, and Mike is like stall because I haven't made a pick yet for 3. So yeah.
Okay, my number 3.
No, wait, Jim's got to do his number 3.
I did mine.
King of King of Tokyo Dark.
Yeah, we loved on
That's
it.
right.
Yeah.
I guess Tim wasn't listening, so
I got so distracted with all the CCGs from the 90s we used to play.
Yes, that's my fault.
I don't know any of those, so sorry.
Oh, this guy.
Well, I wasn't playing any games back then, really? So best I was doing was playing like Cranium and all the and Mass Effect games.
So, you got to chuckle off screen for that one.
Yeah, I just was not really playing many games back then. Okay, so my number 3. The game goes on a tangent. I love it. Yes.
Always Sunny.
Oh my gosh,
Always
if
Sunny
we
reference.
can squeeze that more of those references in. My number 3. Let's go ahead and get an Eric Lang mention in here so that you can scratch that off your bingo card. One of my favorite designers of all time. He made a dark game. Well, he's made a few. But this one I haven't talked about in a while. Reach the top of the cutthroat mob world. All others sleep with the fishes in the Godfather Corleone's empire.
Yeah.
Man, this one's really good. And what's great about this game is that it's really a worker placement game. You're going to place a guy out and you're going to get stuff. But then, there's cards you can use to take other people off the board. And then you're going to gradually start controlling territories, and you get bonuses based off of controlling these territories. But really, you're gathering like drugs and alcohol and guns.
Wow.
And this is the kind of stuff that you're gathering in this game. Those are your resources. But really, it's whoever makes the most money is how you win this game. But you're going to be turning your resources in for money, and you're going to be killing other players and dumping them into the Hudson River. So one of the most fun things you can have happen in this game is you draw a car bomb card, and you play that, and everybody in a whole area just dies, and you just chuck them into the Hudson.
Ends up in the Hudson. If anybody has their Tim name drops a board game celebrity on their bingo card, prepare to check that off. The last time I played this game, I believe I played it with founder and at that time owner of Stronghold Games, Stephen Bonacore, and founder and game designer of well, let's see, he did Ludology and then like Space Cadets and Survive, Jeffrey Engelstein. Last time I played this game was with them. It was pretty cool. It was at a convention. I was rubbing elbows with some big wigs, and there was a lot of trash talk going on. And Bonacore is like a Jersey guy anyways, so there was trust me, there was a lot of shit talking and cigar smoking going on while we played this game. It was super fun.
I feel like that's how this game should be played. And it really is a lot of fun, though. It's got really tight hand management. Like, you can recruit these extra allies that give you like these bonus actions. But the problem is that when you recruit them, they're a card that stay in your hand, and you have a very tight hand limit. And so you want to get those ally cards, but man, it skips on how many resources you can actually hold. But it's a very in your face, very lots of interaction for what is really a worker placement game with territory control. And I know it's like in the 300s, but I feel like any game that's like more than a year old anymore gets overlooked these days. This game is still fantastic. I'd like to get it back to the table again, but it's definitely a dark theme. You're killing people with car bombs and chucking them into the Hudson.
Oh, it's super fun. It's a really mean territory control game that got completely overlooked. Agreed.
And yeah, I think the other thing too, like Jeff said, you can find it really cheap. I remember a couple years ago, you could walk into a Marshall's or TJ Maxx and they had dozens of copies for $10, and I'm not even exaggerating. There were
not at all
that had dozens of this game for $10.
I bought mine, and I bought like 3 other copies for friends for $10 each, and then like met them at game night and like, okay, give me my $10. Here's your game. Here's your game. Here's your game. Because like I scooped them all up. I'm like, who wants these? I'm getting ready to go. Who wants one? And it's a really good game. Totally underrated. I think it got overlooked because of the theme.
Yeah, that's very possible. I will say, though, one of my biggest complaints, I want to throw this out there. I just thought of this. Okay, so this game has some really good art in it. Like, this is not just, the things that people hate where they just take stills from the actual show or movie. And it has really great art. And in fact, if you open up the rule book, it's like a 30-page rule book, and half of it is this fantastic art.
But
they use the same art on every single card.
Exactly. And it's not good. The art they use on the card sucks.
Well, it's this. They use what's on the box and what's on the cards. That's also on the inside of the cards. On every single one of them. No variation.
Show the inside of the card. If you don't, I will run and pull my copy off the shelf. The inside of the card, the other side of the card is so basic and ugly and stupid and boring. That's not it.
I know. I can't find. Okay, so you have this. Like
there it is. It's so basic.
You have that. Like those are your resources, your 4 resources. Like I said, drugs, guns.
No, Mike. It's artistic because they drew the puppet strings onto the Tommy guns. It's so boring, dude. It's so boring.
And it's not just that. But I'm talking about that's like egregious. But they literally took the box art and put it on the front of the cards. The other cards that are not resources, I'm just trying to find
It's like they paid for 5 pieces of art and that's all they're using. Yeah. Like, look, we bought this art. This is all we have. But it's CMON, so they can pay for art.
But there's more than that in the rule book. And like they didn't use any of it on the cards. It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense.
Hold on. Is this a different James Cole than the James Cole we have here with us?
No, it's me. I was.
I got getting some nasty weather there.
Yeah, it's Texas, so yeah.
Okay. Sorry, buddy.
Flip out. I'm not pissed off at your picks. It just
well, hey. If we manage to piss you off, I love it because then we can have a fun conversation about it later.
Right. It would take a bit, but
I feel like it would. I feel like we'd have to really do something to get you. But I love
we could probably throw down about Marky Mark. I bet
we could. You love you some Marky Mark. What's your favorite Marky Mark movie? Big hit, Transformers. Let's go. Come on.
Wow, dude, you're listing more than I already know.
I'll crap on all of them.
Right?
Yeah, no. See, I'm a cinephile again. Like we all got different things that I'm sure we all love board games, right? Because we're here, we're doing it.
Yep.
But there's other hobbies. You and Mike love your metal, right?
Yep. Yeah.
You love your metal. So we all got different things where we're stronger in. My knowledge of metal is not near what Mike's is. So you guys could have a whole conversation and I could just be like Mike, where it's like, oh, hey, let's welcome Tim back to the conversation. If you guys started getting into some heavy metal stuff.
Sure.
So, you know,
unfortunately for me, it's actor association. I got nothing.
Well, see, I used to be a bartender and I used to win a lot of tips and bets on the old 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon game. Mm-hmm. And I used to be able to name, like, I would just be like, give me any 2 movies and I will connect them. I will connect Kevin Bacon. Give me an actor. I'll connect Kevin Bacon. Give me any 2 movies. I'll connect them between actors within 6. Hey, Gabriel.
Uh-oh. What? Gabriel's leaving already? Come on, dude. What do you got to go? Buff your head?
Yes.
I love it. Hey, Gabriel, thank you so much for being here, dude. I hope you come back for other shows. I really appreciate you being here, man. I feel like you and I have a lot of the same references, man. So please keep coming back because I need the support.
He needs the Ball Brothers support.
I do.
So, he does know how to dance professionally. Wow. Well, he always gets me with the dancing.
I do have to actually, because you mentioned, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get Godfather. But I'm going to let Tim get to his 2 while I grab it. And I want to show you how egregious it is. It's one of my biggest gripes of any CMON game I've ever played, for sure. It's bad.
I mean, this is how deep I go into Godfather. I've read the Puzo book. I mean, I'm like, I'm in.
All right, Tim, let's get to your number 2, and I'll be back.
Okay, so my number 2 is going to lead into not only Couch Mike leaving, but
you scared him off before
I did.
They answered. He doesn't even want to talk about it. He's like, fuck. Tim and Jim got this.
Jim, we could do a show, dude. We could do a show.
Mike's still listening. He brought them with him.
I'm not kicking anybody out. But Jim, you and I could go, man. And that's an awesome thing about having you on the show is I know you and I got we got a lot in common.
We can do it.
But so my number 2 is going to tie into the other giveaway. And this is how it's going to tie into the giveaway. Okay. So my number 2 is a game, and it is about cannibalism in the darkest way. You are playing as cannibals, and you are like basically like a cannibal Viking tribe. And when you're playing other people, you are eliminating their tribe and consuming their flesh and getting stronger and bonuses. And the true way to play, you can play this game in a one-off, but the true way to play this is in like a series of battles. Over a couple hours. This plays pretty fast. The rules aren't as near as intimidating as they could be. As Couch Mike wearing pants, and then Evan says he had to go grab a pair. And then Bobby nailed my game. It is Hate. Hate was originally released as a CMON or a Kickstarter only exclusive game. You can now get it on Miniature Market. But this game's freaking dark. If you read the lore, I mean, it is really dark. It is truly taking that whole like mythology and symbolism of like eating the heart of your enemy to get stronger. And that's in this game, what you're doing is you're defeating your enemies and then they are making you stronger. You know what I mean? They're leveling up your tribe. They're giving your tribe extra abilities. And this is a tactical skirmish game where your opponents, you set up a scenario, your opponents pick a unit, whatever, and then you're going, and you guys just go at each other. And Judge, I got a ton of this stuff, and So Judge knows what's up. And this game is really good. It's really fun. It is so dark, though. It alienates 90% of the people you try to talk to it about. So you got to have people that are like really down. They've got to be really down for the dark theme and be okay with it. And I get it. It's totally not for everybody. I 100% get that, and no judgment. But for me, you almost can't go like dark enough. Sometimes, like, I love dark themes. I love challenging themes. I love to question stuff and really like, I don't know. That's it. And the art is also amazing because it's CMON. The minis all look great. But this game freaking rocks. It's super mean. It's nasty. It's grueling. And it's really rough. And for that, I 100% love it, but I'm going to say, like Bob said, looks like meat is back on the menu. What do you need when you have meat there, Jim? What do you need?
What? I'm setting something up. Keep going.
Okay. So anyways, Hate is my number 2. It's so dark. It's about cannibalism. What are you going to say, Jim? What are you going to say?
We haven't seen it because Mike was running off camera to go pee and get the terrible Godfather cards. Do you have the Hate game? Oh, now you got me peaked, and I didn't know about this game, and you didn't bring it out.
Did you bust me for going to pee?
No. I'm saying we don't have any visuals on Hate. I'm busting Tim for not picking up the game.
Oh, I could pull the game up, but I know he's got it.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Love that art style.
Big box.
Yeah. Art style is amazing. I definitely went and peed.
Hey, I mean,
I'm getting old. I used to be able to make it through a whole stream, 3 hours. Right. There's no chance of that anymore. Not after like 2 whiskeys.
I'm not hating on anybody having to go to the bathroom. No pun intended on my game pick here. But like the artwork is like super dark, dude. Okay. It is very dark. It is very grueling. When you play a chronicle of hate when you go through. Yeah, that's just core game, Judge. I got everything else because I traded Bobby some stuff for the Bob Hooper here in the chat. But like, I mean, the art is really dark. It's gruesome. And it's really good. The theme is horrible. I mean, it is absolutely horrible. The theme.
Oh, I like it, dude.
But I love it. I love how nasty it is. I love dark stuff. I think it's really fun. And it's really good. And so that is my hate core box, just the core box. I got all the other boxes over here. I got everything for it now. Because I actually bought the base game off of somebody. And then Bob had I got a game that Bob really wanted, and I wanted to keep it in the family, but I figured if I gave it to Bob, I'd still get access to it. That was a game called Evil High Priest. I traded it to Bob, and he gave me all the hate stuff that he had. And
Bob traded away his hate, huh?
He did. Each tribe fights differently, but the goal is to eat everyone. Yes, Judge. Yes.
Damn.
But it's a really good game, dude. It's really good. It's really dark. It's mean. It's nasty. It's cynical. There's just nothing more vile and problematic than hate. Yeah, cannibalism, slavery, violence, everything the kids like.
Let's say everything for the kids.
One of my favorite movies from the guys who made South Park is Cannibal the Musical. If you haven't seen that, that's good deep cut. Mike, Couch Mike, you seen that? You love South Park?
No, I haven't. I gotta fix that.
Wait a minute. You've never seen?
No.
You've never seen Cannibal? Have you at least seen Orgasmo?
No.
You call yourself a South Park fan and you've never seen Orgasmo?
Yes, I'm a huge South Park fan.
But just South Park.
I bet you've seen basketball, right?
I was just about to say
Yes.
basketball. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Me and deep cuts on movies, there just aren't that many. Even like some of my favorite creators ever.
Listen, Mike. In Orgasmo, it's like a door-to-door. It's a Mormon going door-to-door, Trey Parker, and he knocks on the door of a porno movie director's house, and then he gives him a job. That movie's amazing. And yes, thank you, Evan. Orgasmo is a million times better than basketball. Basketball is garbage compared to Orgasmo. I'm just gonna go all. I'm going all out there. I'm just telling you, Orgasmo is so good.
It's really good.
Hipster Tim alert, man! The hipster Tim alert's been going off nonstop. I don't know why you're calling out now, Andrew.
This is the world I live in. This is the world. I'm like, oh, you like that, but that's garbage. What you really should like is this.
See, Tim, I need to hang out with you more, so I'm no longer that guy.
Yeah, Jim, I'd make you look good. I'd make you look calm, right? By comparison.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay. So back to hate, though. Cannibalism. What you're doing is you're eating your neighbors. You're killing them. You're getting stronger. And if you're going to eat any kind of meat, Jim, what do you need?
Brains?
Well, that too. A good drink to go along with it.
Oh, an old fashioned? Oh, yeah. So I was going to make my zombie old fashions because it's time. And like, we got a tornado coming in soon. So, you know, we might lose power. Like, really quick.
I can't believe you guys don't have basements and you got tornadoes coming in. In Indiana, we live in basements just for the tornadoes.
Let me tell you, there's something about Texas. When I bought my first house in Texas, we're doing the inspection and doing the walkthrough. And the guy's like, yeah, make sure to water your foundation. And I was like, wait, what? He was like, you got to water your foundation. I'm like, water the house? He's like, no, most important, you got to get as much water up against the side of the house as possible so the concrete doesn't crack. And I'm like, dude, I come from the Northeast. There is no universe where you want the water near the bottom of your house.
Right. No, you need it away. We have.
No, he's like, no, get the water up against the house. I don't care what's going on. You need to water your foundation all year round. And I was like, okay. So, yeah. But
that's wild, dude. That's wild.
So, I was going to make old fashions. If somebody, can you pan that down a little bit? So, I came up with a drink. It's pretty much just the zombie take on old fashions. A little more, baby. A little more. There we go. That's good.
There we go.
So, this is definitely not an attractive drink, and that's kind of the idea. It's basically an old fashioned, but we're going to add a healthy dose of the old activated charcoal. So, I usually just make my own simple syrup at home, and I've since then started throwing the activated charcoal right in the simple syrup, so it's just ready to go. But we both flubbed, and the simple syrup did not make it here with us today. However, my lovely assistant ran out before the tornado and got us some basic simple syrup, and we already have the charcoal, so we're all good. But so old-fashioned, generally you like to use whatever whiskey you want, really works for it. However, you always hear the advice that you should go with a high proof whiskey, and we started going that way lately, and it makes a good difference. So if you want to go real traditional, you want to hit a rye or a straight bourbon whiskey and go with that. But really any whiskey kind of works, especially if you got, some of your favorites. I'm using Lockwood, which is a local distillery. I'm using that. We got just you definitely need straight up bitters. And if your oranges suck, you can always just go with orange bitters and just go with a dash of that, because if you can't get them to get a little spritz happening on top of your glass, just throw in one little bloop of the orange bitters and you're all set. So whiskey, bitters, simple syrup, cut yourself some little garnishes. I'm not going to go super fancy, but I did go with the green and the orange here. So we got the lime and the orange to match the colors of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And this bad boy is going to be smoked. I got this little smoker. This shit takes it. Hey, Mike figured it out.
Whoa, Mike!
Congratulations,
Mike.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna do it, and we'll show you the final product. So I'm just gonna make one. I'm making it on this real snazzy cutting board right here. Which has
look at that fancy cutting board.
Yes. It's stretched. This is the graphics from the Hideout Overrun card, and we're gonna be giving away this cutting board not right now, but a little later. Let me just not stab myself. There we go. Cool. So the ratio is really about how drunk you want to get, but I go with pretty much one. This is a big shot glass, but 1 to about 4 ratio for the simple syrup. So here's our 1 shot of whiskey. Now I'm going to go with about 1/4 of that, the old simple syrup. Woman,
that's like a 3-ounce.
I love it.
Whiskey.
Yes. All right. So I'm going to go with now bitters again is a bit of a, personal taste. I'm going to put the bitters in this and not right in there in case I screw up. Sometimes the bitter shoots out too much at first, and you don't want to just be dumping the whiskey.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 1. I'm gonna go with 3. That was 2, and there's 3. There we go. And because I'm lazy and I'm not gonna get the orange to spritz over the top, I'm just gonna go with 1 shot of the orange bitters. There we go. Giddy up. So take these guys, throw them in there. All right. I'm going to let that sit for a minute while I prep my glass. So giant ice cube is always important for an old fashioned because you don't want it to melt too quick,
I like my bourbon on a giant ice cube, and I get crap for it from hardcore Kentucky bourbon drinkers, but I like my shit cold, man.
Yeah. The giant ice cube doesn't melt. You don't get much dilution. All right, what's going to make this bad boy different is 1, I'm going to put a little bar spoon since I don't have my pre-mixed. So this is activated charcoal. It's food grade activated charcoal. So it gives it no flavor, no taste. It's not going to be gritty if you mix it in well and you don't go crazy with it. But 1 bar spoon's going in here.
And it's good for the digestive system.
Yes. And then I'm going to take a little bit and I am going to just kind of drop it over the ice cube because what I want to do, there we go, is if you can see it, I want to kind of simulate like a random blood splatter pattern. So everybody gets a different drink every time.
I see what's happening here. I see what's happening and I like it. All
right. So now that I got my glass prepped, I got my garnish prepped, my orange and green. Obviously, I'm going to shake this up. Bartenders will talk about you got to have a crazy shake, your own shake style and stuff. But the idea is shaking. You just want to do it so you can see the thing frost up, and then you've shooken it enough. You want to use one with a strainer. You get the little top strainer because you don't want to dump an additional ice into this. Also, you are gonna you don't want to knock off all the blood splatter pattern that you put on your ice cube.
Right. The pour is important.
Yep. A good way to control that. You could use a bar spoon if you suck to deflect it, or just pour it off to the side. I got a good space over here. So I'm going to pour out this black beauty right here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stop right where it gets to the ice cube. All right. Now we're going to smoke this bitch. Don't swear on stream. All right. So my love got me this awesome little smoker, and man, let me tell you, you could make the worst cocktail. You put a little bit of smoke over it, and it is gold. So I don't know if this place is rated with. I don't even know what
I love it. Let's just see what happens.
Right. Yeah. So we'll let that sit in there a few seconds. We're gonna take that out. You get this effect.
Yeah.
Build all the wood chips everywhere. Oh, the garnish is too big. Toss in the garnish, and there you go. You got a zombied old fashioned.
Look at you, dude. Look at you.
Legit.
Nice. I love it. Here's the thing is when I used to bartend back in the day, it was like at a college bar. And I'm like, if you got more than 3 ingredients, we're talking the wrong language.
Yeah.
mostly because you got to pour stuff fast and like get it out to them. But I do love watching a artist at work, man. That was nice. That was nice.
I didn't.
So when are we partying?
I know, right?
Yeah. Hey, I'm getting up your way. It's gonna happen, man.
What makes me sad is that we didn't have this relationship with Jim before Gen Con, because we could have had some good times at Gen Con.
Yeah, but
Right?
we wouldn't have got as much work done. I'm just saying.
That's true. That's true.
If I was kicking with you fools the whole time.
That's also true, man. Also true.
There's that.
So,
Awesome.
all right, I got a bit of trivia. You know, we're gonna make it music and horror trivia.
Ooh, I love it.
You can't answer this, bro. I know you can't. Well, he can't. All right. Everybody ready or ready to Google?
Mm-hmm.
So, oh shit, I even mentioned this before, didn't I? I did.
That's all right. Go for it.
It gives people a chance that might not have known. So yeah, again, you know, obviously I got the zombie game, but who is the illustrator that started? I don't believe he finished it, but started the Dead World comics.
Ooh.
He also did. If nobody gets in the next 30 seconds, I'll give you another hint.
Just to clarify, Jim, you're gonna give whoever gets this right that cutting board.
Yep, this cutting
Which-
board, and it is it's
Amazing.
pre-stained. This was my prototype for this. Yeah, laser etched with my artwork. I just did it here. The laser was she was not gauged right, and we were gonna have to move it around anyways. And I was like, hang on, let me play with something that might screw it up. So I threw this on there, and yeah. Nobody's got it. All right. This guy is the artist who he did a lot of the vampire Middle Ages artwork.
I think I know.
He did the art inside of like the Blaui clan book, which had some really, really twisted stuff. He is also the main illustrator for all the Cannibal Corpse covers. And if that doesn't give it to you.
Oh, right. His name begins with a V, right?
Oh, this guy giving away too many hints. Yes.
That's it. Then no more hints.
Bueller Fry, all for this lovely cutting board.
So good.
Nope, that is not it, Bob.
No, Bob, no, he wrote those books, dude. Your
Yep.
Google is wrong.
There you go, Andrew
Uh-oh.
F. Got it.
Yeah. Andrew.
Yep.
Good
There's
job,
an E
buddy.
on the end. Not that I check anybody for spelling, but there is an E on the end for Vincent Locke. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we know he didn't Google it then, because wouldn't he have spelled it right?
Oh,
I would think so.
Nice. Double one.
I think
I
so.
think Andrew figured that out.
Andrew's
Good job,
got it.
Andrew. Good job, Andrew. I'm really glad a regular won that. I would have happily, anybody won it, great. But that a regular got it, fantastic.
Nice.
Giddy up. Well, that
Oh,
previously enjoyed cutting board is yours. Hopefully you can throw that out with some charcuterie at Christmas and the whole family can enjoy it.
No,
Definitely
Andrew's.
a Christmas cutting board.
Yeah, totally. Use it for Thanksgiving, Christmas, all the holidays where you got
Easter.
family over.
Yeah.
Andrew, get us your shipping address, and you're gonna get that. Oh, look at this! Look at this,
There you go. Yep.
man, Jim. We were truly birds of the feather, dude. Like, clearly, your group of friends and my group of friends, especially from the late '90s, early 2000s, we would have ran real well together. I'm just saying.
Oh, we would have been the rivals. They're like too similar.
Just saying, man. Here's the thing: is sometimes you can meet somebody and you guys just kind of jive, you know, and like that's it, dude. That's it. They're clearly. All right, Mike. I'm going to disappear for a minute while you do your number one, and then I will ask you what your number one was.
Well, why?
And how it's played.
Number two.
Or your number two? I mean, your number two.
I haven't even done my number two yet, Tim.
I didn't
I know.
think so.
Holy shit! You haven't done your number two yet. Well, I got to stick around for your number two.
No. Go pee.
No, I'll wait. I want to hear your number 2. I don't give a shit about Mike's. I want to hear yours.
Lovely assistant. Could you tip the camera back up, baby?
Yeah, I love it.
Is a classic for down a little bit. We don't need to see the Kingdom Death or the Cthulhu War stuff. Yeah, it's perfect. All right, my number 2 is also a. Oh, damn it! Sorry, guys. My number 2 is also a classic for a whole bunch of reasons, and that is Zombies. Not just
we talked about that earlier. Nice.
A bunch of us played this back in the day, and again, Todd at Twilight Creations was a great guy. I don't know if you guys knew, a bunch of years back, he died well before his time, but he was a great guy, and he created a game, before other people were doing this kind of thing. There was very few independent games out there. Twilight Creations was nailing it. They were always making expansions, and one of the best things they did, and that I really loved, besides the game, which, was awesome for its time. It has its holes. It has its foibles. Still fun to play. However, they had a promo card for every convention they went to, which was brilliant. So you would seek out the Twilight booth, and you would go there. You'd buy something, or you'd be like, hey, man, you got a new promo card and stuff like that. And you just talk to them. Even if you didn't buy shit and you had a good conversation, they would just give it to you. And that, I really love that. And they're deeps. And again, this game is such a hardcore classic that I really, really love it. I eventually went on to do some artwork for them. I was in there. They did the Deadlands board game, and I did a bunch of stuff for them that's in there.
Wait, Frag? What was the Deadlands board game you did work for? Because I love Deadlands.
Yeah.
I got so many of their role-playing game books.
Yeah, no, from Twilight Creations. They did this. The background's mine. I'm on a bunch of cards, and then there's a
what?
Expansion cover I did. Yep.
Holy shit. I used to play the shit out of some Deadlands.
Zombies, love it. Love the game. Again, they were doing shit that nobody else was doing at the time, and the idea of the different promo cards at every convention was great. Loved it. And did Tim check out?
I'll be out for my number 2. Yeah. That's what I thought. There's no particular reason I haven't played this. I don't know of anybody that has it, I guess. I never seeked it out. But yeah, it's one I've always wanted to try for sure.
Dude, what? It's such a classic. And again, they were doing it before everybody else,
Yeah, that one's been around for a long time for sure. Okay, before I get into my number 2, I gotta bash on The Godfather here. So okay, so
oh yeah, you went and dug that shit out. Let's see it.
I did dig this out. So I mean, here's the thing. I mean, like your stuff comes in like a metal container, and like you win by not just having money. You got to put money in your metal briefcase. You got to stash your money. Okay, so you got metal briefcases, and you got miniatures, and you got the awesome painting of the actual Godfather, and this is CMON, so they have the resources to go all out on their components and art, and they had access to this amazing artist that they commissioned to make art for the box and the board. And you saw those like super generic resources.
Yeah.
But to me, the most egregious thing is every card is exactly the stupid box art. Every single one of them. All the cards are the box art.
Oh man.
Why? So I don't understand it. Why did you do this? Why? Right? All of them.
I mean, even if like the different colors, the different resources there were at least one piece of art. Like all the greens were one, all the blues were one. Totally.
Now they did take like look at some of this amazing scenery they put in here. Like, make that one of the cards,
right? Yeah, because you already paid for it. Clearly, you got it
right. And then okay, there's another card. Oh, look at the color on that one too. It's amazing. I love the art in this rule book. And it's nowhere in the game. I just don't get it. It drives me nuts. So that has always bothered me. And when I get a chance to go on a tangent like that, I will take every opportunity. So there you go.
I hear you.
Man, it's like anywho. All right, actual number 2 here. So this is a game that's actually been reprinted a few times. This is an older Reiner Knizia game. And I like a lot of Reiner Knizia games. I mean, it's just one of those designers who's been cranking out games for decades now. And I also just happen to love auction games. And I played this last year when Trick or Treat Studios reprinted it, and that is Nightmare Productions. Nightmare Productions is great. What you're actually doing here is you're actually like a movie studio, and you're trying to like make your own horror movie, and you're going to do that by bidding. And ooh, that looks like prototype stuff there. There we go. Let's get something more realistic.
There we go.
Yeah, so there you go. So you've got like artists, and then you've got plots, and you have stuff. You're building these movies, but you got to bid on them. So like auction style, you go around the table. Whoever's the highest bidder is going to get the actors that they bid on to put in their movie, and then you're just going to add that stuff onto your movie, and whoever is able. It's kind of like set collecting. You're trying to collect sets, but also these actors that you recruit can have anywhere from like 2 to 5 stars, aka points. I just thought it was a really good basic auction game, and this is the stuff that you're bidding on. You got to have head shears for your horror movie, or a wood axe for your horror movie. That's what I was trying to get to. I was trying to get to the stuff that you're actually bidding on. You got mummies and possessed children and chainsaw maniacs, mutant freaks. So they literally just took like the most kind of generic, Hollywood horror movie stuff that you need to create these movies, and that's what you're bidding on. And what is otherwise a basic auction game? It could be any theme, but they chose to make it about horror movies.
I didn't know this existed. All right.
It's fun.
It's relatively new in the last couple of years. It's a reprint of a Reiner Knizia Hollywood, Golden Age Hollywood movie board game. But yeah, the horror theme on this is so good. It's so good.
It's kind of tacked on, let's be honest. But I mean, how can I not include that in my dark game list? I just happen to, I happen to love Reiner Knizia auction games, and it could be any theme, but this one does work well, and it's a really fun game.
Okay.
I just got a reference, Judge, here. The Germans. I really hope he's talking about Snatch. I love that movie.
I was trying to find the date on when they reprinted this. It was recent. It's the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So, anywho, really good auction game. So, there you go. That's my number 2. And Tim missed where I went over all of the Godfather cards. Did you see those, Tim? Did you see those?
I mean, I heard part of it. I am aware of the
Let's
atrocities.
Summarize, Tim.
Okay, here we go.
You've seen every card.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you for showing me every card. They
either have the terrible puppet art, or you've got that.
You paid $1 million for an artistic rendering of Marlon Brando, right? as Corleone, or you just get all of that over and over. Yeah, Turkish, sweet. Judge, just so you know, Bob's probably not watching right now, but Bob has one of my favorite things that he says. Jim, are you familiar with the movie Snatch?
clearly not to the level you two are at.
Okay.
I enjoyed it, but
because there's like a weird tiny little joke in there where this guy is always grilling. Like they keep going by and there's this guy grilling and he's like, how long until the food? He's always like 3 minutes, Turkish. So whenever I ask Bob how late, like, Bob, when are you going to get here? He always just says 2 minutes, Turkish. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby's here. And it always makes me laugh so hard. And it's just this weird throwaway line that means nothing to this movie from 20 years ago. Right.
Sure. Okay.
But that's why I love my friends.
Giddy up.
Oh my God. Okay,
Jim,
go on.
Am I seeing this right? Is that the IT guy from your thrown under the bus game?
Yes.
I saw the glasses and ponytail. I'm like, yes.
Deal. I'm in on this right here on multiple levels, guys.
Yeah.
I'm giving you 110%. So
listen.
We knew guy smoked a drink for us. Are you kidding me? He's gonna have to be a regular.
We knew Jim was going to be no slouch coming in. We knew this was an ace. We had to be ready because Jim's the first person to come in the show that has a lovely assistant helping him. Right?
Right.
Yes, star. Come on.
Look at that. You don't get lovelier than that.
No.
And she assists. I mean, it's like a double whammy, right?
Oh, and you guys, she's over here like bad mouthing you guys.
I love it.
You are lying.
I love it. Hey, don't worry, lovely assistant. We deserve it. So you're good. You are good. 100% good.
Tim, we already crossed off pandering once. So.
Yeah.
Dude.
Triple pander.
Dude, look.
Dude. There you go.
Good stuff. All right,
let's get into honorable mentions. Do we have?
No, wait, we got to do our number one. We got to do our number one.
Do you have dishonorable mentions?
Ooh, like, are you going to talk about like games that are bad that are dark themed?
I'm going to talk about. I have one.
Okay.
I thought I would love, but
we got to wait till after our one.
No. Let's do the honorable mentions now. I like what Jim's doing because
honorable mention.
Yeah. No, let's hear it. I want to hear it. I'm here for it.
Okay.
Am I gonna? I'll start. I don't feel like picking it up because I'll break my back. It is.
Don't say Cthulhu Wars.
No.
Okay.
They're gonna lose their damn minds. I don't love, and I'm not knocking it, but I don't love Kingdom Death.
Oh, whoa.
And I will tell you why. Ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
You can play this game forever. You can have the best tactics. There's two reasons I don't love it. One, if you're going on the hunt and if you roll high, low, high, you just lose a character. There's nothing you do. There's nothing you can do about it. It doesn't matter about your strategies, whatever. You just randomly roll this particular order on the way to the hunt. You lose a character. If that character has the one item you need to beat that monster, you guys all die. Okay.
Nice. I love it. Throw the heat.
The problem is when you start getting into the higher level monsters, you need to do the one thing to beat them. So you're fighting the Kingsman. You have to do the king step. Otherwise, you will not win. There's no other way. If you don't do it, you just die. Or you sit there real bored at a massive stalemate holding this guy off. That's my two problems with the game. The other is, not that it's a problem. I just don't see like the hyper love for it. And I think a lot of it's built into like the FOMO. Like this game came out and they didn't produce enough and people got excited and it built its own thing. And hey, man, that is super great. It's definitely not the game for me just because I love randomness in a game and I don't mind, losing somewhat to it. But if the randomness can completely tank even the best strategy where there's just a random phase that will utterly wipe you out, I say just make it 1 die 10. If I roll a 1, I die. Don't make me roll 4 times, reference several charts in 5 different books, and be like, oh, God, So I just died after that. Why couldn't I just roll a 1 and die? And everybody would have went, oh,
right.
I slowly died. Okay. All right. Now we're not going to be able to handle the hunt. Let's just kill ourselves quick and then move on. So,
right. Man, I like it.
You definitely explained one thing I do really dislike in games, where rules overhead takes away from the joy of the game. There's a lot of games that do that, especially now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, Jeff, you're right. Like at that time, Kingdom Death Monster came out. It's like, oh, you like Descent, but how about Descent on crack? You know what I mean? Like where we jack it up to like the nth level. And I played like a tiny bit of Kingdom Death, and I can see what you're saying. I also just like that anytime anybody has a problem with a very popular or well-loved game, as long as you've got like a good reason and you don't just hate it to hate it.
For
like,
hell, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for it, right? Like, so I love it. I love that you. That's really good. That's a really good dishonorable mention. I'm gonna go after a big boy. You've inspired me, Jim.
Okay.
You've inspired me. Here's a darkly themed game that is very popular. I love this game. I think it's a great game, but it's got problems.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Blood Rage. Blood Rage. Shit. Blood Rage is a great game. It's super dark. But the second you play if you are an experienced Blood Rage player and you're teaching a new player, you're going to smoke them. You're going to smoke them. No. And if you know how to draft in Blood Rage against somebody that doesn't know how to draft in Blood Rage, they don't have a chance. They really don't. And you're going to wreck them. And I think that can ruin. Oh, I love it. I love that face. I'm going to pretend like that was your reaction to my pick.
No,
Blood Rage. I know you're good. You're good. Blood Rage is really good. But that game can make or break. The drafting in that game can make or break your experience.
Yeah.
Whether you have a good draft, a bad draft, or you know what you're doing. I've had friends that have played Blood Rage for the first time with people that don't know how to turn it down, and they don't like Blood Rage because they got curb stomped.
Right. You get lambasted before you even start. And then you sit there bored like.
Yeah, it's like, well, what am I doing?
Yeah.
And wrecked him, damn near I killed him. Yeah. Love it. But anyways, so Blood Rage would be mine. I think Blood Rage is really good. I think it's super fun, but I also don't recommend playing. If you are really good at Blood Rage, you should only play that game with people that are really good with it. If you're not great at Blood Rage or you're new to Blood Rage, don't play with a fucking shark. Don't do it because you will not have a good time. I guarantee you will not have fun playing it. So you need to. So for me, that is a fundamental flaw in a game that I do enjoy. Doesn't mean it's not like a really fun game that people should love it, because people that love it love that game. But I think if you are really good at it, it's sort of like Scythe. I mean, you're just gonna smoke people at that freaking game because you know what you need to do.
Right.
So that's my dishonorable mention. How about you, Mike? You don't have to have one, Mike, but do you have a dishonorable mention?
Yes. And I'm also going to defend Blood Rage. Blood Rage is one of my favorite games of all time.
I knew that I knew that sort of fight.
Any game that's medium weight or more that starts with a draft, every experienced player always has an advantage. Because until you see how cards interact with each other, you cannot understand the consequences of the cards that you're drafting.
Yes.
It's really impossible.
Yes.
So even lighter drafting games suffer from the same problem. And it's not just Blood Rage. Now, is this new? I can tell my father's messed with me now. Because it used to. Shouldn't anymore. But the thing is, Bob says I'm too quiet, maybe. I don't know. I'm still using Blue Yeti.
No, it's just what you're saying. I think it's the problem.
All right. But here's the other thing. I'm not one of those people. When I teach new players a game, my goal is not to curb stomp those players. My goal is to get those people to enjoy the game. I want to play it again. That's always my goal.
Okay.
When I teach new people game, it is not, let me see how badly I can beat these poor people that I'm about to pray upon the next hour and a half.
So, Mike, let me defend you really quick. Mike, let me defend you really quick. Okay. You're not the person that has a problem with that. Bob has a problem with that because, and it's not that Bob needs to win. It's just that Bob doesn't know how to turn it down. But there are other people that I will not name in the group that are just freaking sharks and they don't care. They're going to wreck you if they can. Bob, I've known Bob has stood up at both of my weddings, and I can be brutally honest with Bobby. You know, he knows me. I love him like a brother. He's basically family. Bob has a hard time turning it down, but Simple and Blood Rage is one of those games they can't turn it off. They can't just be like, hey, let me create a fun experience for you. Because I will say, in a game that I might mention later, I try to get people to play. I try to not play. I try to either play in a way that I've never played before, or or play differently, or play with things that I'm not as good with, to try to help other people have a very good experience, or be a little more positive, right? Because nobody likes getting absolutely dusted in their first go around in a game. Like Jim said, you're going to sit around being bored. And stuff. So, Mike, that was not a blast at you. I'm just telling you that in Blood Rage that can happen.
Yeah, and it does, and it's happened to me. And then I still played, and I came back, and I ended up loving that game. But I get destroyed my first play. My solution is very simple. I did I turned my gain up. So if you guys want to tell me if it sounds better, I don't know. If I put it too close on the loudest one in the group, so I push my mic back because I don't overpower anybody. So I have a way to turn it off, so I don't have to sit out and teach people and then have fun. But play round one, then replay the game. It's a 90-minute game. What do you lose by playing an extra 30 minutes? Nothing. And then it's ready. Like, the disadvantage is almost gone at that point. So, there you go. Okay. My dishonorable mention is Boss Monster.
Oh.
Boss Monster is a game that turned. They ended up making. They did a remake of it called Overboss.
Overboss.
Yeah. You couldn't board me enough. They based the game off of Boss Monster. Boss Monster has a cool concept. It comes in like a box that looks like an old Nintendo game. And hey, you're a monster and you're building a dungeon. You're going to try to lure the monsters to your dungeon. Well, partially, this is due to a terrible teach. And maybe this is also due to me.
I like Boss
What
Monster.
happened in my first game of Boss Monster is nobody lured any heroes to their dungeon. Then I lured all the heroes to my dungeon in the second round. I lost. I was eliminated, and then I watched 4 other people play Boss Monster for 45 minutes. How can that be a design in a game that people would find fun? Like, I mean, really. One player can get eliminated in the second round, and they are done. In an hour-long game.
Mike, everybody's thinking that you guys sound terrible. And Tim's buffering, and he just crapped out. No, he's there.
Am I buffering? I didn't even realize it's buffering.
No, you're pixelated, though, and you're about 10 frames a second.
That just makes me look better. The more pixelated I am, the more handsome I get.
I mean, okay, so I never buffer on this. I'm just going to put that out there. And so, number 2, I'm going to also do this really fast as I can. Yeah,
that says refresh StreamYard. I don't know if I do that.
Well, it'll boot you.
Yeah,
My
booted.
ping is 22 milliseconds, and I'm getting 300 down. And like 28 uploads. So it's not me, guys.
Talking through a fan.
Oh, dying.
What the heck?
Okay, am I any better? Like, because we sound good to each other. Jim sounds good to me. Mike sounded fine to me.
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
great now.
Yeah.
other than Mike sounding butthurt about Blood Rage, I mean, he sounded pretty good.
No, if I about Blood Rage, is that boss monster game I had to sit through, and I'll never live that down. That was probably the worst experience I've ever had playing a game. Also, will say Tim's been reconnecting and disconnecting his mic a whole bunch.
Yeah, but me,
and
all of us.
Donnie, you blaming me? Come on, Donnie. I thought we were cool. Is it still bad for me? Do you guys see anything when I talk that's
you're
weird?
louder when you're on your iPad, and it's a bit more distorted. But
We have.
Okay.
anyway, it's all of us now. What the heck?
Power on my phone.
Try this.
It doesn't.
We've never had this issue before. I mean, I guess I'm willing to just refresh StreamYard, even if it boots me for a second. But I should probably wait till Tim comes back.
Yes, see if that fixes.
Yeah, I see it now. I went to YouTube to hear what they're hearing, and it's crackly the entire time.
Okay.
Yeah, it is weird. It doesn't make sense. Maybe this is StreamYard.
Is this better?
Well, we don't notice the difference.
I know. I guess I'm asking everybody else.
Yeah.
Let me know. Is this better?
That's weird.
Oh wow, it's terrible.
Ooh.
Nope.
Ooh, it is like a fan.
Yep.
I don't understand.
Mike, you got to refresh even if it boots us, man. It's bad.
Still bad. Oh my gosh, guys.
Yep. Uh-oh.
All right. How about now? Yeah. All right. What about now? Any better?
No. Damn.
What? Why?
Wow. What is happening?
That doesn't make any sense.
It could be me. I'll give it a whirl, and if not, I don't know.
I love it. All right, Jim, just hit refresh and see what happens. We'll be here.
Ooh, we might have to get that invite again just in case. It may give him a hard time. I'll get him that invite again just in case.
You got it?
Nope,
you got it
he's
covered?
back in already. All right.
Maybe.
Okay, he's
Okay,
back.
you sound good to me. I mean, but you always sounded good to me. So let's see what everybody else says real quick.
Yep. That's what they're saying, Tim.
I did anger the Blood Rage.
This is like the first time all of us have had a sound issue. Doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
Here's the thing: is you shit on Eric Lang or Simon, and the next thing you know,
It was me. I'll tell you, all the basement nerds got really pissed when I was talking bad about Kingdom Death, man.
well, you know, as
Fuck, man, we just disturbed. We
As-
kicked the internet in the balls, man.
as a nerd in a basement, we totally kicked the beehive. That is the nerds. So it says it's less but back.
I don't understand.
It's got to be me.
But better so far. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, no, tornado.
So Chrissy, just so everybody knows, Chrissy has already emailed me, and I tried to email her. I've got her address, Jim. I'll get it to you.
Yep.
For that art book.
Yep, I'm shipping it out of work. I'm just leaving it right here. So those bad boys will probably go out tomorrow.
So Jim, you work a game affiliated industry, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to plug that while we're between 2 and 1? Let's do it, man.
So I work at Arknight. We make flat plastic miniatures. So we don't advertise as much as the other guys who have, I am not gonna lie, stole our artwork.
Oh shit.
Not only did they take our concept, but they stole our artwork. Now they've rebooted and restyled, and they still are using some of our artwork, which is really not good. But yeah, so we make flat plastic minis. So basically, we make miniatures on clear plastic that have front and back.
Yes.
And let me tell you, dude, from a person that used to have just piles and piles of minis, you can fit. Oh, that's good. You can fit like hundreds of these in just like a little flex folio. Like you put your
I love the new sort of go-to of those acrylic sort of minis.
Well,
dude.
See, that's the guy's skinny minis. Yeah. So we are going to make our own version. That's probably going to be our next Kickstarter, and we're going to do it as a joke. But people apparently love it, and they want this, but on something fatter, thicker, and weighs a lot more. And that if you drop it on a concrete floor, it'll break. People want that, and we're going to give it to them.
So what you need to do is so the Op, right? The Op is a big publishing company, and they do a lot of their games with those acrylic minis and figures, whatever. I call them acrylic minis. Those things are freaking fantastic. They're already painted. You got 2 sides, right? They're full color. They look great. So dude, they're awesome. I love it. I'm here for it. You guys also do the Mimic dice chests, right?
Yep. We got, oh God.
Okay, so while he's looking for them, or just not to get Jim going on it, whatever. Yeah. But I legit bought a couple of those for my kids to bring home from Gen Con. They're super fun. They're cool dice sets. They look good. They've got 100 different sets you could choose from.
300.
See, thank you. Glad to be wrong. I mean, literally, when I was there talking to Jim at Gen Con about hey, you should come on the show. I'm like, I was literally going, I need to bring something home for my kids. And they love fun dice. And so I was finding cool colors, to pick out for them. And I'm sitting here looking and BSing with him while I'm looking at them. Jim, were you at Origins too?
Yep. Actually, not this year, the year before.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So because I was at your booth at Origins this year. So if you would have been there, I would have been talking to you too, because I was really, I didn't buy any dice. Ironically, I didn't buy any dice from Arkwright at Origins, but I did at Gen Con. Cool. And, but it's just it's cool stuff, man. Right. There's all kinds of aspects to the hobby and everything. I thought those Mimic dice chests were awesome. Is our audio still garbage, or are we doing better?
We got several people that said it sounds better.
Okay,
cool. Thank you guys for the feedback. I think it was a StreamYard issue because we're literally not doing anything different, and I have no problem to proceed here. So
no, cool.
A little excited when he gets. All right, somebody's clipping.
Right.
Yay.
So Jim, sorry to put you on the spot about Arkwright. I just wanted to ask because we needed to fill some time, and I was legit curious. So
I was too. I wanted to ask. Also, I love those acrylic standees, man. They look really look good.
Yeah, we're not acrylic. We are way thinner than those.
Okay.
And again, ours won't break when you throw them on a concrete floor.
I love it. Throw art on them, and you'll have the front art and then the back art and then the see-through standee. It's just a real good look.
So really cool. If you guys, or you can say yes or no or not at all, but there's another company, Weird Miniatures, that that did some of those standees that look great. Yeah, Vagrant Song. Okay. I didn't want to accidentally name the company that like ripped you guys off. So I was like, I was worried I would drop something in there and then you like make a face and be like, well, shit. Okay. No, Weird Minis did that. And for a game of theirs called Vagrant Song, it's an honorable mention on my list because that is a totally dark theme. You're basically like hobos on a ghost train. And cool.
Okay.
But all right. Mike,
do we have audio good enough for one?
Wait, we need Mike's like number two. We need Mike's number two.
Mike hasn't dropped his number two yet?
No, I did. It was Nightmare Productions.
Oh, yeah. And then we did our dishonorable mentions.
Yes.
Yep.
So now we're on to number one.
Kat says we can move on, guys.
All right.
Okay. Hey, if the lovely assistant says we can move on, then we're moving on.
And she's clearly smarter than all of us.
Yeah, right.
Okay, numero uno.
Okay, I'm going to finally put it on my list. We tease it all the time. It's a free space. But listen, the number one darkest game of all time. This game, you are cultists that have been trying to bring about the end of the world. And guess what? You succeeded. Here's the problem. You did your job too well. Because not only did your elder god, your great old one, come through and pierce the veil and now is here to take over the earth, but all the other great old ones and elder gods are here to do it as well. My number one's Cthulhu Wars. Come on, man. You don't get darker than that. You do not get darker than Cthulhu Wars. Jim, I had to do it. You were here. I know you love Cthulhu Wars like I do. Come on, man. It's the darkest freaking game out there. You have brought about the end of the world, and it's not just your goal of the game is not to not just bring about the end of the world, but to bring about your version of the end of the world. Your God, the one that you worship, the one that you support. That's the one that you need to win and conquer and own and rule everything. Look see, all of yours is nice. Mine are over here in those chests that you can barely see. I've got three black plastic totes that have elder signs inscribed on the outside of them to prevent them from getting into the outside world. But man, Cthulhu Wars is one of the darkest themes ever. You literally are cultists that have brought about the end of the world, and here you go. You've succeeded. Whoops. Now all the other great old ones are coming through too. Well, shit. What do? Well, we freaking battle it out, and we beat the crap out of each other until somebody is the victor. And no, I won't teach this Mike this game because I don't want to ruin his life and make him feel like he's got to go out and try to buy it. Because it's hard to get. I'm doing him a favor.
Sure, but
definitely messing with you. The last time Tim taught this game to three new players. Well, the last time Tim taught this game to three new players, he made sure I wasn't even in the town yet.
That's right. I brought it. I brought a lot of this game to Origins, and specifically to teach and play with some people that weren't named Mike. No, I had some friends that had asked me about playing it and everything, and so of course I brought it because that's all it takes for me is like, hey, what's up with Cthulhu Wars? Listen, there's people that are going to like other games better than this, but as a guy that grew up playing like territory control, skirmish games, this one does it for me. I'm a huge horror fan. I read horror literature. I watch horror movies. And I mean, you don't get more OG than H.P. Lovecraft. And the artwork, the original artwork, so they changed artists. But the original artist for the core game of Cthulhu Wars, I mean, his stuff is so good. Yeah. It is so good. The new stuff's really good too. It's on theme and it's still really good. but that was one of the things that brought me into the original Kickstarter. I mean, I went all in. I thought my wife was going to leave me. I went all in on this game early in on the Kickstarter. And, but to be fair, I legitimately love the game. To be fair, it is one of my most played games. I love we got some Letterkenny fans here. And again, you guys are my people. I love this. But Cthulhu Wars, asymmetric player factions, there's so many different ways you can play and win. Super fun. And yeah, it's true. Tim pulls it out of an extra dimensional pocket. I need an extra dimensional pocket to pull all of my Cthulhu Wars stuff out of. I just received the Cats expansion and all these extra things for it that I've got a ton of Cthulhu Wars stuff that I haven't even played yet. I've worked for Peterson Games at their Gen Con booth, just demoing Cthulhu Wars like all day. And I've done it not because they paid me, but because I just love playing this game and teaching this game. I'm truly passionate about it. And no, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but guess what? It's my freaking cup of tea. And I will not be ashamed or embarrassed because of how much I love it. That game is damn good.
Woo! Mike, I just want you to know I pandered to Tim with this theme because I knew I wanted to give Tim the opportunity to do his number one.
Now, you could do a challenge where I could make Cthulhu Wars my number one on any list we do.
Wait, can you do 6 degrees of Cthulhu Wars?
On what? Pick a game. Sure. I'll try. I'll do my damnedest.
All right. Mike, don't let that be an excuse that Tim won't teach you because you can't get it, because I can't bring the camera over there, but we have an entire full additional set here at work that if you were really excited about it, the boss would probably sell to you. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Also, just so you know, Catalyst just picked up the license from Peterson Games, is working with them. So there's a really good chance that you could still get Cthulhu Wars. It's not like Dwellings of Eldervale, hard to get. Yeah. But it's still pricey because there's a lot of really badass miniatures in this game. I mean, there's a lot of amazing components in this game. Jim, am I right?
Yeah, you are. Totally.
Some of the greatest bigatures, we call them bigatures, in a game that you could want, dude.
The T's matter in that word. You don't want bigatures.
Yeah, right. I love
it. Leads me way back. I did want to say something because I don't really want to I didn't really want to totally bash Kingdom Death. I thought real quick I was going to love it because I love the art, and it was very taken away back Vincent Locke style, and even then some where you got it's twisted as hell, and it didn't turn out that way. So I just wanted to throw it there from way before. We were talking about art, miniatures. They're all crazy. They're all great, and I thought I was going to love it, and I did. Sorry.
Yeah. Somebody asked in the chat, all of my minis are ink washed. So it really makes them pop, but I try to stay true to the colors because I think that's kind of a fun way to do that.
Yeah.
But all of my 3D gates, do you have the 3D gates?
I don't.
Oh, dude. Okay. Yeah. So while Mike is talking, I'll go and dig into one of these totes and get out because I don't want to disrespect your pick. I don't care about Mike's pick. I want to hear your pick.
He just wants to disrespect your copy of Cthulhu Wars.
Well, listen. It's not disrespect. I just want to big time him, with it. It's all.
Same thing. Call it what you want.
Labeling is important. Listen, Jim knows about the corporate world. Labeling is important.
That's true.
So if we label it the correct way, totally different.
Okay. So
all right, Jim.
You're gonna
number one.
My number one. Okay. So my number one, let me tell you, The original box for this bad boy is at home, buried deep within some totes.
Yeah,
because I don't want to get beat up. However, I travel with these sweet ass Larry Elmore hard card cases. That's what I put the game in. All right. These were a Gen Con thing, man, back when they used to give you good shit at Gen Con. But the game, fucking Judge knows. This is the motherfucker of all games.
Ooh.
Plagues and Pestilence. Mike, look it up on eBay first. All right, bro?
Ooh, eBay.
Hold on. So Jim, can you please explain how this game is played while Mike is looking it up so he will not understand anything you're saying? And then we'll need to ask the second you're done explaining how it's played, then he'll need to go, how is this played? Like, let's just recreate that whole experience. Because here we go.
So,
Tim, when you're done talking, could you go ahead and make a joke about how I wasn't listening earlier? I think that would be really good.
Nice.
Anyway, what were you saying?
So, this game uses all cards and dice. This is it's just a pile of cards and 2 dice. The game's real simple. I am not going to lie that a lot of the I borrowed for this game for my game because it's one of the best games ever made that people didn't hear about, and it plays quick, and it's the kind of take that game where you guys just pound it out, where you were talking about zombie dice, where you just throw a bunch down and you do it. Plagues and Pestilence is the same way. You are a medieval city trying to weather the Black Death.
Nice.
The plague. And you guys do your thing. And like I said, I borrowed a bunch from this. I made it, this obviously came out, 25 years ago. So it's a
1993.
There you go. Oh, exactly 20 years ago. Yeah. It's a little in the simplistic area, but it's still good. All the artwork is almost like this medieval style woodcuts. Let me get some of the more interesting one. There you go. He's sleeves. So they got it, baby. So everything's kind of like that medieval woodcut. Everything fits that theme. It's real quick. Your grandmother can play this game, but it's still kind of fun. It's just straight up a take that game. There's not very much tactics, but it's easy to play. You pound it out. Everybody has fun. You can do a bunch of quick rounds, and the idea is, you lose one, but you're going to want to get revenge fast, so you're going to play another round of it. And me and Judge Gabriel was here. A bunch of others of us used to play this game like nonstop. Just throw down round after round after round after round of this game. And it's a lot of fun, and it's a great opener to a game night, just like Zombie Dice. It's probably the Zombie Dice from 1993. And dear God, Tim is like fucking doing construction on his basement.
I'm like digging through shit trying to get to something. And,
I think he's trying to get his foundation wet.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, he's got a special edition. Yeah.
Hold on. Can you see?
They're not painted.
Yeah, no. I was just seeing if we have the gates, but that aren't open. No, I don't have the gates. Yep.
I'm getting to the gates. It's going to take a minute to get to the gates, but you can see what the shading does.
Yeah. All right. Makes it pop a little more. All right.
Oh, dude, pops so much. Because, that's the normal color. That's boring. Really get in there and get, the veins and shit.
Right. Yeah. It gives you a little more contrast.
All right. I'm going to go back to doing some construction. You keep going.
Dude,
and Plague and Pestilence sounds amazing.
It's good.
Fun.
It's good. It is good. Tim, can you mute while you're rooting around like a
come on,
freaking raccoon?
I'm trying to give everybody the experience.
Yeah, like you're rooting around like a raccoon in a trash can. Thanks.
Yeah, so a light card game involving the buildup and destruction of medieval towns is
Yeah.
Yep.
the description of this game, how it starts.
Plagues and
Nice. Yeah,
like I
have
said,
not.
I borrowed a bunch from this. It was a huge inspiration, and I took Plagues to a new level, kind of a modern level, and different theme. But it's one of my favorites. It's clearly one of my
Nice.
favorites.
It is another one I have not heard of.
I told you I was bringing the
Wow.
hipster noise, bro.
Yeah, you brought it for sure. Okay, so there
Oh, look at this guy.
we go.
Wow.
Dang.
Okay. What do the gates do, Tim? The cliff
Gates
notes,
are
bro.
how the gates are how you score points, man.
Oh, okay.
You
So
summon-
those are okay. Instead of just the cardboard chits, those are
Yeah, so these are the 3D gates. And then
Okay.
You've got your starting gates, dude.
yeah.
So we highlighted inside, right? That's the black goat. That's the black goat starting gate.
Okay. Now I see it
Got
now.
red,
I didn't
brother.
when you said gates, I was thinking there was a new mechanic that was added instead of just awesome.
Nope. They're beautiful. My buddy painted these. They look fantastic.
Nice.
I love how even new viewers are ripping on Tim. That's the best part for sure. I know he didn't paint those, but still, that's great. Okay, I'll get to my number one here. So mine is honestly the biggest motivation for putting this on my list is that it's in the title.
Okay.
But it is one of my favorite social deduction games. And it is kind of a dark theme anyway, but it's Dark Moon. And
Okay.
Dark Moon is a semi-cooperative game where so basically you're on an interplanetary mining outpost on Titan, the one of the moons of Saturn, and somebody on the ship is infected. And this was actually originally made as a re-implementation of Battlestar Galactica, but a much shorter version.
Okay.
And what they decided to do was make everything driven by dice. So on your turn, you will roll dice and you have to submit just one of them to the action that you're going to perform. But there's a problem. On these six-sided dice, 66% of the sides are negative, and a
Oh,
third of them are positive. For
ew.
your action to be successful, you have to submit a positive die for your action to actually be effective. So you say, "Ooh, I'm going to repair the ship." Okay, you roll these dice behind your screen in secret, and then you take one of the four that you rolled and you place it in there. If it's positive, everybody goes, "Yay, you repaired the shield." Well, if it's negative, what I love about this game is that the instant you put a negative die down, everybody goes, "Oh, he's infected." But those are the majority of the sides of the dice. Like,
Right.
it's more
Okay.
likely you're going to roll negatives than positives. So that's just one thing I love about a good social deduction game is that it uses mechanics in the game to make everybody just tense. Like it's like stressful. Like they roll behind your screen, like, "Oh my god, what's he got?" Don't put one of your negative dies out, please. Don't do
Yeah.
it. And then they do, and everybody at the table just wants to turn on that person. They might have rolled all negatives. You really have no idea.
Okay.
The instant you put a negative die on that board, everybody hates you. And so I love that. I love that. And the thing is that the infected players, like, yeah, they're trying to pretend like a lot of these hidden trader games, they're trying to pretend that like they're a good person. They're gonna
Right.
try to put positive dice out and help the team. But even if you get ousted and you put too many negative dice out or you don't help the team, when the good guys figure out that you're infected, they can quarantine you. And if you do that, you don't get to roll as many dice, so you're not as effective.
Okay.
And you have a limited number of actions available to you now. So you don't want to be obvious and you don't want to be put in quarantine. Instead, you want to be subtle so that you can use your reveal infected power. So it's like you've got this whole extra set of actions you can do as soon as you reveal that you're an infected player. So you're just trying to play coy, just trying to play coy.
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm good, guys. And then, bam, I'm infected, guys. Everybody at the table knows it like instantly. Then you're like, oh, just broke the shield. Oh, just broke the hole. Boom, you can't do a special power anymore. You can't help him with his special power. It's just as soon as you reveal that you're infected, you have this like chain reaction of awesome, like damaging actions that happen immediately. And I've just been able to pull off really, really satisfying infection reveal turns
Okay.
where I just devastate the good players. And they're just like, well, I guess we lost.
Nice.
That's really fun. It fits the theme very well. Is it that
Yeah.
dark? Not really, but it's in the
Well,
name, and that's one of the arbitrary reasons I picked to put it on this list. I just love the game so much.
So, Mike, just so you know, yes, it is that dark because two of the games that this is inspired or equivalent to are on my also rans. So, yes, it totally qualifies. As much as I love giving you shit, you are 1,000,000% like accurate with your list, dude. It's good.
Well, it's in the name. It's in the name.
It is also in the name.
So there you go. That is our
okay.
whole top 5.
Nice.
If you like bluffing or trying to bluff your friends and then totally screwing them over, Dark Moon is a fantastic game.
It's really great when you have that friend where you really know each other's play styles, and you start doing the double bluff, bluffing what you're not bluffing, and then you're just looking at him like, oh man, which way is this guy going? And it takes it to a whole nother level. I love those games.
So clearly, I can't choose the cup in front of me because you know that I know that you know.
Right. You know that I know that you know that I know that one's poison. And they're just like, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to Whiskey Wednesday, Judge. This is probably later than we've gotten to our number 1 in quite some time. But at the same time, us going on tangents is very much what we do.
Yeah. Hey.
And,
I didn't.
Oh, go on.
No. I don't. No.
No, I was just going to point out a person that I haven't seen comment before is commenting. So, hey, thank you for being here. Fixing to play Death May Die this Monday. Oh, which of you has Death May Die in your top 10? You know, I would like it more if it was a little more accessible, but it's not in my top 10. But I'm a little bitter on like how CMON does their Kickstarters, and that's why I didn't get in on Cthulhu Death May Die. But it is great. It's a really good game.
I will go with the no comment on that.
Okay.
I don't really know that.
On CMON, that is.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, CMON's its own animal, right? And Jim's coming at it from a whole different angle because he is also in the industry. So we don't expect Jim to have to comment. But
on a totally unrelated note, Jim, you've got 75 stretch goals coming over the next couple of weeks, don't you?
75? All right. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go by Kick Tracker, I got like 120 stretch goals to go by. I
nice
that, but yeah, I plan on making the game better. I mean, it looks like we're gonna pimp out the Zombie Slayer way more than I thought, but she's gonna be awesome. After her, I'm probably I'm gonna have to look at the numbers, but I think we're gonna go for the 7 to 8 player expansion edition, and everybody will get it. So If we go past that, it'll be 7 to 8 player. Because again, the game doesn't slow down with more people because it becomes more brutal.
Right.
And if you are, a lot of people are kind of having some trouble with this, where it's semi co-op, but it's semi PvP. And if you land base somebody early, they're only going to get revenge on you, and it's literally the worst tactic you could have. So to make the game add more players is not going to add much more time, because somebody's still going to knock somebody out early, and that's going to cause things to cascade faster. So if we're talking more stretch goals, it's probably going to be the 68 player expansion, which will be a lot more work for me, but man, that'll be a great problem to have.
So, Jim, I don't know if you saw this, but one of our longtime viewers here, Brandon, is backer number 4 or 5. He's high up there.
All right.
So,
and also, my joke about 75 stretch goals had nothing to do with you wanting to throw Simon under the bus. So
no, not at all.
Nothing at all.
I'm not throwing under the bus. I'm just.
But Simon does do that. But all their stretch goals are like, well, then now you can pay $25 for each of these extra stretch goals. I'll say it because I'm not affiliated with anybody, so I can say what I want. But
you can also say that $75 only covers the shipping of the stretch goal.
Also true. But no, seriously, like for anybody that has issues or questions or concerns about because I will call it semi-co-op. I'm just going to straight up say semi-co-op because it is cooperative to a point. You guys are, because what's going to happen is you're going to work with different players at different times to keep other players down so that you can still win. Now, there are games that I do not like that overstay their welcome because of this mechanic. But the way that Jim has designed this game, because of the way that the humans are a very limited resource. The living people are such a limited resource that kind of has this built-in timer to how long the game is actually going to last. So the game, for me, could not overstay its welcome because really it just starts to grind down very quickly once the shit really hits the fan. And so, Jim, like for me, that's a compliment to game design and what you've done. But yeah, Bobby, the infection die, right? The infection die really starts to really starts to ramp it up. And then Brandon, checked in. He was number 5, so it was less than 3 minutes in.
All right.
So Jim,
I'm gonna get up to the question.
Let me just say, Jim, don't be humble about that, man. Own that, dude. You've earned it, dude. You've earned it.
Thanks. Chrissy asked, did I write or illustrate comic books? I have not. I actually, I don't know if you guys know the band Combi Christ. They were going to do a collection of comics done by various different artists with kind of them as the theme. And I did a whole 2-page comic for these guys because they saw my single page that basically is one of the focal points of the game. They saw it and they wanted me to do it. I did the whole damn comic. The band broke up for a couple of years, and it was minutes before they were going to publish this comic. And then it just went whoop, and it just disappeared. So yeah, if you ever see Andy from Combi Christ, be like, "Hey, man, you need to publish that comic."
You're right. Well, Jim's wearing the shirt. You can see the art all over the game. I mean, don't sleep on that artwork, dude. That artwork's freaking fantastic. It's grisly. But it's so thematic. It feels so good. It feels so right for what it is. Again, we were all freaking out about the artwork after seeing it.
I'm not knocking other zombie games, but a lot of them, they came at it, and I think I don't want to say limited themselves. They throttled themselves, where they came at it with some kind of cutesy or fun, or even not gory zombies. But it's a dead body that's been moving around for 2 weeks, man. It is going to be rancid. It's going to be nasty. And I wanted to get into that. And then a big part of the theme was, the camps and everything. Mm-hmm. I wanted to get into that. People are shit. When the shit goes down, people are going to be shitty to each other. It's terrible. Well, when you have no laws, if the law is there holding you back from being a terrible person, you are a terrible person all along. Plain and simple.
Right.
And people are going to get to be themselves during the zombie apocalypse, and it's going to be not good. So
that's one of the things I love about a theme like yours is like philosophically, it just hits me at my core, right? At the risk of offending people, if your fear of going to like heaven or hell is the reason that you're a good person, you're probably not a good person. You either are or you're not, right? If you're only a good person because you're afraid of going to hell,
right?
Just saying. But no, man, your artwork is fucking phenomenal. It's fantastic. It feels so good. I love it. It was kind of crazy to hear about that you had done some of the World of Darkness stuff back in the day.
Yeah,
and it's like
right after they rebooted, which was, I was excited to get in. I was very excited to get in, and I was one of the first that was doing some of the stuff for the World of Darkness reboot. And then I saw the World of Darkness reboot, and I was just like, oh man, I missed the boat by like 1 year.
You did.
1 year. Oh,
but so. I mean, I could go on about some 90s role-playing games and where I think your artwork would be amazing. But dude, I'm really glad you found us. I'm glad that you're here. And I'm really like over the moon that your freaking game funded so fast, and let's just build on that, man. Cause you could do a ton of stuff. As a game designer, and coming up with ideas for games, whether they're zombies or not, the fact that you could do your own artwork not only like saves you so much money, but that style of art, like I know people that are like, oh, this artist did this, like I'm in, right? I mean, they're in, I'm not trying to go nuts, but like, people that are like, oh, Ian O'Toole did artwork for this game. I love it. I'm in for it. Right. Yeah. Vincent Dutray, who did After Us, which I love. Right. Did artwork. It is dark, dude. Fuck you. It's really dark. But like there's something to be said for having the style, right? And having a style and if you can add games and create games that fit your style and your theme and your mood and everything that you create, hell yeah, man. I think the game that you've got right now, I mean, already it's funded, but I think the game you've got right now, like clearly fits that, and works so well and really comes through. I mean, I'm just excited. I'm excited to be friends with somebody like you because it's like, oh, shit, like this is going to be good. Let's go.
Dude, you guys have helped, and I'm excited to be here. I had the other one, the other concept, the other game. It's great. It's going to come back, and but this took on an unlife of its own, and I'm excited about that. And I think, it was all a learning process, and I'm ready for the next. Somebody might shoot daggers at me if I say the next game's coming too quick.
I know everybody says you got to have this game fill before you can do your next one. Blah blah. Blah.
Dude, I got like 3 in the queue up here. So yeah, but
hey, that's good.
We need to talk about honorable mentions.
Oh, we totally need to talk about honorable mentions. Good. I got a ton of them.
Wow, I don't know about ton, but yes.
Okay. Oh, Hey, Justin just got here. Goggin. What game are we talking about? Justin, we're talking about right now. We're talking about Zombie Survival Infection. It's on Kickstarter right now. It's Jim's game right now. It's funded on Kickstarter, but not only
unlocked too.
Not only did he design the game, but he did all the art. And Justin, you know, we're a fan of like badass game art. His game coming out, it's called Claw. Also has phenomenal art.
Yeah.
Totally different art style, but I love it. And he's a metalhead too. So,
okay.
So Justin knows what's up, man. I mean, that dude, he has sent me some stuff and I'm like, that dude was a fucking rock star, before he became a game designer. And,
nice.
So this is pretty perfect timing because I'll screenshot this if you want. I had this down as an honorable mention, but the game that him, his brother, and Wes Todd are working on, Claw, that is a dark game. And it's one of my honorable mentions. It's probably going to be a year before they have it ready. But the board is dark. The card art is dark. It's got really good art. It's a really good game. I literally had it down as an honorable mention. It's called Claw.
Okay.
It's a semi-cooperative kind of territory control game with variable player powers. It's very unique. It's very fun, and most of that game is black. So it was on my list.
Nice. Justin heard it. He felt the vibrations.
He did.
And he was like, I'm signing in. They're talking it, and Mike's ready. Bam.
Right? I'm like, okay, let's get that out before he dips out.
Oh, hey, Justin wants a link to James's game. Mike, can you throw that up while I talk about some honorable mentions real quick?
Yeah, Tim, I'm going to go ahead and throw that up while you're talking about some honorable mentions real quick.
Mike, that's a fantastic idea. I'm glad you thought of it. Okay.
Wait. For next week's bingo, Mike is snarky.
In Mike's defense, I pick on him a lot, and dude's on it, and dude is Mike and I, like, if it weren't for the chemistry and the camaraderie that Mike and I have doing these Wednesdays, it wouldn't be what it is. I couldn't do it without Mike. As much as I like to pick on him, I love that man like a brother. He has very quickly become one of my very good friends. And that's just testament to not only his character, but just what, board games how you can meet people through board games and this hobby and stuff, right? Okay, so some of my honorable mentions. Obvious one, Horrified. Horrified is super obvious. It's a great game. Universal monsters. If Pandemic hasn't already been dead for you, Horrified should kill Pandemic for you. Super fun.
It is
super fun co-op. Really good.
I really like the puzzles that every monster gives you. They're all
I do too.
Game up.
And you can crank up the difficulty by adding more and more and more monsters that you got to take care of. Like, I appreciate that. Plague Inc. is a board game based on the app. The app is super dark. You basically start as a virus, a specific type of virus, and you're trying to infect the whole world. So again, pre-pandemic, awesome game. I imagine if you launched it during the pandemic, not as exciting about killing off as much as of humanity as you can.
Timing is everything.
But Plague Inc. pretty decent. Last Friday, it is an IP adjacent to Friday the 13th. 1v many.
I say Friday.
Yeah, 1v many horror themed game. And they really work on the Friday the 13th theme, like depending on the phase of the game. So which movie you're playing, you're either the final girl hunting Jason or you're Jason hunting all the camp counselors. And they do a really nice job. You can play this as short or as long as you want, and go through as many of the modes of it as you can. But as a 80s horror child, holy crap, last Friday is it's good for me. Now, Halloween from Trick or Treat Studios, who also did Nightmare Productions. I mean, while we're pandering and plugging things, dude, Halloween that's coming out, designed by Emerson Matsuuchi, who did Foundations of Rome and Century Spice Road and all those other games. Oh, that game's so good. I love Halloween.
You put the pictures up, right? You guys were doing that.
Oh, so
weekend?
many pictures. Yeah, I'll keep playing that game. I'll keep playing that game. That game's so much fun. There's most 1v many hidden movement games. It is everybody. The many are usually trying to find the one hidden person.
Yeah.
In this one, Michael Myers is the hidden person, and nobody knows when he's going to pop up and start stabbing you in the face. Okay. And it's so much fun because the hidden in this 1v many, the one is actually the predator, and they do a really good job of sort of like turning that, that style of game, you know what I mean, on its ear, and giving you another way to go at it. And super awesome game. I will say Letters from Whitechapel. Somebody's playing Jack the Ripper. Everybody else is trying to find him. Super good game. Night Cage from Smirk and Dagger. Really good game. Tile laying, very aesthetically, like the art is great. The tiles disappear behind you as you lose line of sight. Super good. Oh, we got Judge throwing some fireballs here. Voorhees greater than Myers.
Yes. That hashtag true.
I mean, listen, Friday the 13th has some amazing movies in that franchise. I will also say, I left this off my list, but it could have been my number one, and that is Tainted Grail from Awakened Realms. Tainted Grail is, think of a Thorian legend. Everybody goes to Avalon, right? Like King Arthur goes to Avalon to die. But here's the thing is the island of Avalon starts to become corrupt and twisted the more that once King Arthur has died. And here's the best part is that when you read the lore for the game and how it's played, the lore tells you that they sent off like the best and most capable people from your village to figure out what is going wrong, and they have not come back. And so it's you are the left to go. So you are the B team, maybe even the C team, like going out and trying to figure it out. I mean, it is so dark, and the artwork is amazing and like gruesome and depressing. I'll mention two more and then I'll be done, I promise. Infection at Outpost 31, which is based on The Thing. You're trying to figure out who The Thing is. Super good. The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing is one of my all-time favorite horror movies. Hands down. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Anyways, and then another one that I'll mention real quick. Sepiyun has a game called Processing. And thank you, Trevor. Unhappy Salmon. No, this game called Processing. The Earth has been taken over by aliens, and you are humans trying to determine how all the other humans are going to be processed, whether it's for meat or experimentation, or maybe are going to be set free.
Dude, that is the darkest yet.
It's so dark. It is so dark, but it's so funny. That's so like dark.
War of the Worlds, when you figure out the noise is them grinding up people and just spitting out the liquid.
Yes.
Like, what? Yeah.
Yes, Jim. Mike played Processing. He understands how dark Processing is, but the theme is very funny. It's presented.
Yeah, it's a really light-hearted take on it.
Light-hearted human grinding game. All right.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, but you are, grinding humans into meat. It's fantastic. Okay. Those are all of my honorable mentions. I know too many.
Yeah.
Jim, what do you got?
Well, one of them you already hit on, which was Horrified. Great gateway game. Again, you got attachments to the monsters. A lot of people already know them. It's, you can switch it up and you can quickly get bored, but the different combos of different monsters kind of does it. You could do it solo play, which a lot of people like, or you could do it, co-op, which is cool. So yeah, you covered that one. Like I was telling you guys on the side, the American one, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to really hit the mark as well. Again, maybe it's the connection to the monsters, somewhat of the mechanics of the monster just aren't as good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying the regular Horrified is really great. One I don't have here, and I don't know if it's really dark. It's kind of dark on the theme, is called, and it is hipster AF again. Mike, get ready with the internet search and the eBay, Pimps and Hoes.
Oh.
Pimps and Hoes is kind of next level Monopoly, but the resources are
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I love it.
I don't even know if that's the right one, man.
Oh, there's more than one.
Oh, yeah. Check.
This one, the other one.
Yeah, check the other one, man. The Pimps and O's is very much like Monopoly. It's good. There it is. Oh, God, dude. Let me tell you, some of the cards in there are mind-blowing. You read the normal Monopoly cards and you're like, laugh about it, you move on. These are like, you lose money because one of your talent, one of my favorites, this is going to get nasty quick, is the John has a fecal fetish, and your talent had a 5-bean burrito, a spiced 5-bean burrito the night before, and now this guy's in the hospital, and you have to pay his medical bills.
Wow.
So that is, and there used to be at least like drinking rules to go along with Pimps and Hoes.
Listen, Gators, bitches, wear jimmies. That's all I'm gonna say. I love this idea. This is hilarious. This is so good.
My only issue is that they used apostrophe S for a plural. I'm done though.
Oh,
that's my problem.
Oh yeah, what are these hoes owning? So yeah.
Anyway.
So Pimps and Hoes. And again, it's replayability kind of tanks after the second one. If you
I want to own that game.
Yeah, I own this bad boy. I got I think it's the drinking expansion. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Wait,
it's only good with new people.
Rule the city of Hotropolis.
Yep.
Oh my gosh! Don't tell everybody, even the mayor.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh!
Up towards the sky at the ozone layer.
I lost my copy, and let me tell you, my buddy Sean, he sent me his copy for my 50th birthday, and this bad boy, I think is coming in at like $150, $200 on eBay, and I was like, dude, really? And he just sent it to me, and I was like, thank you, brother. Oh, yeah. And he was like, I don't want it around. The kids are getting into games. They don't need to play Pimps and Hoes.
Jim, you can't be that old, man, because that makes me feel old. I love it, dude. I am here for it. If I can find a copy of that I can afford, I am buying that game and adding it to my collection.
It's good. It's good.
What, Tim? There's one copy on eBay. It's in Canada, and it'll cost you a cool $182.
Ooh.
$182.
Oh god,
$20 shipping. This is
$20.
$200.
Do you think I could get Katya to get it for me for cheaper?
And like 182. Why is it 2?
Yeah, right. We're the $2.
Yeah, the last one sold for 180, and this greedy bastard was like, you know what? I can get $2 more.
$182.23 to be specific.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
Canadians.
Somebody punched this guy in the baby maker.
No doubt.
Good
No
God.
doubt. I've never heard a better reason to tell somebody to go kick rocks. But wow.
I got one more honorable mention. And again, it's from the team at Twilight Creations, and that is the Haunted House. I got Haunted House 2 here, and that's really because don't tell anybody, but I'm that guy that will condense games, throw out inserts, and put them all in box.
Yeah, we're here for it.
Yes. So Haunted House is really good. You lay out these tiles randomly. You play cards that you play. I believe it's 4 cards out, and that's going to be your actions for that turn. All right. Then there's a second turn where the other players pick random cards and play them out for you, and that's your turn. So you are trying to navigate your way out of the haunted house, and you will go towards the exit, and like the exit will move, and walls will shift, and hallways will shift, and it's kind of sure it's random, but it's also like guessing what the other people will do. And you get 4 moves, so you have to think about how somebody's going to screw you in between those moves. So you're going to pick, like, you can shift a room, or you can turn like a room like 90 degrees so that there's no longer an exit. So you only need to just move up and out. So you have to guess, will somebody turn it 1 click? So I need to put in a card there that will turn it back. However, if they didn't turn it, you still have to do the thing you did. So you turn something else instead.
Like kind of a program movement kind of thing, but you're trying to gamble that other people are going to move stuff certain ways.
Yeah, because everybody's got a turn, so you have to guess what the other people are going to do while you're still trying to pull off the move you need to do. And then there's a random stage that's going to screw everything, and you can win randomly, or it can utterly you could be right at the exit, and then the exit gets moved and utterly destroys the game, and then you got to move on. And again, it's from the peeps at Twilight Creations. This game was made like eons ago, and yeah, they were just doing this stuff that we're all doing now way before we were doing it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, Mike.
I'm still getting over pimps and hoes.
Yeah, right.
I'm recovering.
Listen.
I mean, you gotta get the John's shots because they picked up some sort of STD.
I love it.
Oh my God, dude. Your talent ends up in jail and you got to spring them. It is a full experience.
Wow. I see what Tim just grabbed. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Wow, look at the Art Deco on that. Cocaine. Apparently we were all doing cocaine in like 1960.
Oh no. This is Go-Cane.
Oh, Go-Cane.
And Go-Cane is supposedly a informative game that teaches you the economics of the cocaine trade. And I'm not even making that up. Am I off, Tim?
No, you are correct. That is the idea behind this game. Is while the war on drugs trudges along its futile course, the war for control of the drug trade continues at full throttle. The stakes are high. Forget about the frivolities of excess wealth, such as pet tigers and gold-plated AK-47s. Drug lords at the very top of the food chain eventually grow bored with such trappings. So they are going for the total domination of the drug trade. And so, yeah, what you're trying to do, it is Go, but like the game called Go. But it is area control, logistical, and economic efficiency. And yes, you're trying to control the cocaine drug trade
Okay.
Of Central America. I haven't played it yet, so it can't be on my list. But it is by far one of the darkest.
That's crazy.
Oh wait, we must recite the pimp's prayer for Mike. Is that from I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker? My bitch better have my money. Through rain, sleet, or snow. My bitch better have my money. Not some, not half, but all of my dough. And I forget the rest, but it's pretty close.
That was pretty good, man. You got more than I got.
My name is a pimp named Slickback. Not pimp, it's a pimp named Slickback. It's like a Tribe Called Quest. You say the whole thing. It's a pimp named Slickback.
Okay.
That was from a cartoon. I can't remember what it's called now. It was a Cat Williams voiced that character.
Oh, you got to say it all at the same time.
Boondocks. There we go.
Boondocks. Judge has got you.
There we go.
There you go.
Thank you. You got to say the whole thing.
Yeah, I had a feeling when Judge started commenting, like, "Oh, this dude, we get this dude."
Oh boy. Okay. Let's see. Some of my honorable mentions. I gotta show the art on this one. So one of my honorable mentions I've talked about a couple times here recently because I finally picked up a copy at Origins and have been playing it, and it's Gorus Maximus.
Oh,
Gorus
nice.
Maximus is a trick-taking game. Look at this box art.
Okay.
Fantastic. This is a trick-taking game that basically is I am putting my gladiator into the battle. And so that's the theme of this trick-taking game. But it's really unique. You can actually change the preferable suit just by playing the exact same number. But yeah, this is just a trick-taking game that has amazing dark gladiator bloody art. It's just really, really fun, good art. I love it, man. I love the art in this game. Just really, really good. But it's a really good trick-taking game. So that's one of mine. Gorus Maximus. I had to really show off that art because I love it.
No, that's crazy.
What else I got? I have a couple others that are not released, and I'm going to go ahead and do this because we're in honorable mentions. Black Mold. Black Mold is a game we actually did a Kickstarter preview for. He is another indie designer. He does his own art for this game as well. In fact, oh my God, Jim, I think you'll really appreciate this guy's art. He also did his art for this game. This is the most unique concept for a game. So that he did commission that art, but that's the same designer.
He didn't. Oh shit.
The thing about this game, it does a thing I've never seen a game do. This game, basically, he did. Yeah, this is all him, and it's all black and grayscale the entire game. And the whole concept is you're going through this like black moldy cave, and you're like running out of breath, and the deeper you get into this cave, the more these mold spores start to suffocate you and you can't breathe as well. So on your turn, you have to hold your breath. You do as many things as you can, and your turn ends when you exhale.
All right.
That's the most unique mechanism I've ever heard of. So you're literally and you're moving these cards around like as fast as you can. You're trying to like build these patterns and move around through this cave.
Oh, so you're actually doing it.
Okay. You're actually holding your breath as you're doing your turn and trying to do as many things as you can. And the instant you go, your turn's over.
Oh, there's some people that will kill and some people that will be terrible at that game.
They did provide a sand timer if you want to make it fair for everybody, or somebody's got breathing issues, you can still play it. But this was just a super unique game. I really enjoy this art. He even made a soundtrack for this game. It's got this very like kind of industrial sort of gritty atmospheric kind of music he made for this, and it fits the theme really well. I've just never seen anything like it. Meanwhile, you can try to survive and get through this cave, and it's semi co-op because you think other people are working with you, but the first chance they get to club you over the head, they're going to.
Like
And
that.
they're gonna take the gold nuggets from you that you've picked up as soon as you pick them up. Yeah, Black Mold, just never seen anything like it. It's as as dark of an art style as I've seen,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
it's just super super unique. Another indie designer. Wanted to give them some props. What else I got? Sons of Anarchy. I've talked about this game too much
Really?
lately, and yeah, it's actually a really good game.
Man,
And
dude, just any of those like licensed games, a lot of them
Mhm.
fall short.
You're
yeah,
right. And this gets
of
overlooked
course,
because of it.
yeah, this is one where like a motorcycle club, you're like, that can't be that good of a game. Like, I was actually one of those people that was interested in the game because of the theme, but that's a very rare blend of board gamers and people that like a show about a motorcycle club.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's where they missed the mark. But this is actually very similar to The Godfather I talked about earlier. It's a worker placement game where you're also battling other people. I mean, there
Yeah.
are huge throwdowns that are going to happen. You're actually collecting guns and you're going to be shooting other players. But ultimately, it's a worker placement game, and most money wins. You're converting resources into money.
Okay.
It's awesome. You can bribe people. It's a really good game that got overlooked because I picked a motorcycle club theme. I was surprised Tim didn't mention My Father's Work.
Oh, I could have.
My Father's Work is awesome. There's just, and the components for that game are incredible.
Yeah, we got like 6 copies kicking around this joint.
Oh, it's such a good game.
A few times here recently. We only played it like that one time to review it, and we haven't been back to it, which is kind of sad. We really need to.
Mm.
I'm going to throw another one out that is also unreleased. If you watch any of our videos over the last 5 months, you'll actually see this box front and center. It's been sitting in our studio ever since we previewed it, and it's called Horror Game Show.
Oh, yeah.
And this game is not out, but it is a game show where your job is to be the most entertaining person for the fans and build up ratings. How do you do that? Killing people.
Think of the Running Man movie, right?
Yeah,
from the early 90s. It's basically Running Man, the board game.
Okay.
And so you're deploying killers onto the board. You're trying to also survive and gain the best ratings. And so you can do that by either, moving characters around to like the killers around to like kill the people, or yourself surviving and doing things. Yeah, super fun. It's done with Kickstarter. It's already funded. But I don't know how close it is to filling or anything. But yeah, Horror Game Show.
Art.
Nice.
And yeah, really grisly art. Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna say Gempire. I love it, Trevor.
Yeah, this one was really fun. So anyway, a couple shout outs into my honorable mentions for some unreleased games. I think that's all I really got. Oh, one last one, just for fun. One Night Ultimate Werewolf. Kind of dark. Sort of. Not really. Sure. I mean, werewolves are kind of dark.
Yeah, because you close your eyes, it's night.
Yeah, but yeah, I like to turn the lights down and play the app on a really loud stereo, so you get that kind of environmental music in the background. So yeah.
Justin asked how we couldn't mention Camp Grizzly. I haven't played Camp Grizzly, so I can't comment on it.
Yep.
Same.
Just makes me think of Cocaine Bear, though.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Cocaine Bear.
Cocaine Bear.
Wow.
So that's it's like
a Go-Gurt bear, but less pH balance, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but still way coked out of its mind, so it's gonna rip you up. But yeah, like super fun list, Jim. Great idea for a list on season, right? Like,
Sure.
I mean, not just for your Kickstarter, but also like, what a great way to kick off our first Whiskey Wednesday of October.
Oh,
with the
all right.
Yeah, right. With the opportunity to talk about some really fun, like darker theme games. I mean, the synergies are there.
Giddy up.
Mike, what do you got? What do you think, man?
What's that? As far as our list?
Yeah. Come on, man.
I thought it was a great idea. Yeah. I just love. Again, I love lists that can be taken from multiple different directions. Like it's not, top 5 worker placement games. Okay, I'm just gonna pick my 5 favorite worker placement games. This kind of list is a lot more fun, and I actually enjoy these kind of lists much, much more.
Yeah, Scott, I own Gloom, but I haven't played it. But yeah, I mean, that's the other thing,
right?
Good
honorable mention. Yeah. I played it a bunch. I can't believe I forgot about Gloom. Yeah.
It happens. Well, with these kind of lists, it's kind of fun to like find interesting takes, like it's fine if we have crossover, but I also try to pick stuff that I don't think other guys are going to have on their list because I want to keep it unique.
Right.
You know what I mean? And go nuts with some of that. Now, for anybody asking about other like horror themed games, we are going to do later this month, like in the studio, we're going to do like a top 10 horror themed games, where each of the guys is going to present their own list. So, I haven't necessarily been holding things back, but there were darker themed games that I could put on this list. They wouldn't necessarily be on my horror list. But there might be 1 or 2 that kind of make it over. But it's 10 versus 5, right? So when you've got 10, there's a little more room to play. But with 5, with darker themes, I mean, there's fun, like Mike was saying, there's really fun angles that you could come at it from. And so I was just trying to take advantage of some of that. I think it's super fun. Wait, now, Jim, do we do a trivia question for the cutting board?
We did.
Oh, we already did. And Brandon won it, right? Did Brandon win it?
No, it was
Andrew.
Andrew.
And he's
Chrissy
already reached out with his address. So
okay, great deal.
We're good deal there.
We're set up. We're good.
Yep.
Is there anything else we need to cover? What else, Jim? What else you got, man? We got survival or zombie survival infection.
Yep.
Already cleared Kickstarter. Already funded.
Funded. First stretch goal unlocked. I'm hoping for the second stretch goal, and yeah, I mean, dream come true. Lifelong nerd. This has been the year of nerdery for me. I got my first art on a miniature. I got my first published module, and now I got my first published board game. So,
dude,
it's a banner nerd year for me. So,
it's all happening.
Yep,
what was your first miniature? I gotta know.
It was actually a twisted teddy bear.
Okay.
So we did here at Arknight. We just did a quick like Valentine's holiday theme thing, and it was called Broken Hearts. So we had like, we had Romeo and Juliet, but then we had other shit. I also did a cracked out Cupid.
Nice.
I did a cracked out Cupid, and then the twisted teddy bear. So basically, he was like a teddy bear golem, but evil, if you will. And since then, I made some more miniatures for my adventure that just came out. So yeah, Judge backed it. we just printed the covers and hopefully printing out the body of the module on Friday and gonna deliver as soon as Monday. So
right on, man. Right on. Well,
excited.
Hard work, perseverance pays off, right?
Yeah. Rolling in that big nerd money.
Oh, I love it. Trevor, come on. I'm the one that listens. Mike is the one that gets distracted while he's looking for stuff online.
That's not true at all.
Tim, that's going on the bingo card. Mike gets distracted while looking on the internet.
Yeah, that's not true at all. Tim, did you ask Jim about how good of a nerd year this was for him? I feel like that would be a really good topic.
Nice.
Well played, sir.
I was actually looking up your company's website, and it's got a lot of this cool stuff.
I'm actually on
here.
a miniature. If you go to PCXP expansion, there is a necromancer who's throwing up the goat horns and holding on to a skull staff. That guy is me. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. You've truly made it.
Yeah. When you're on a miniature, you know you've made it. So I'm the we did because there was a whole bunch of Arknight employees that made it on miniatures, and we did a little in-house bet. It wasn't for anything, but we were going to Gen Con and we were giving away minis for free, and all of our minis were going to be in that group. And I was like, all right, let's see whose mini gets taken the most, because they were freebies. And we would just like take one. And I'm not gonna lie, but Necromancer won. So
I mean, it's probably because you're throwing up the
horns and the skull staff. Yeah. So
hey, listen, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that they just didn't know what they needed to do to really make their mini rock. I mean, look.
Exactly.
Look, you can only do what you can do, man. Jim, this has been awesome, dude. Having you on. It's been a good time. It's been a really good time. Great lists. Even if Mike is going to make you repeat what one of your games was about, it's fine.
It's okay.
It's awesome
Jim,
to have somebody.
Tell Jim that this was a great time yet?
I will. I'll get there. Mike. Thank you, sir.
Again, Mike gets snarky is definitely a bingo square.
But no, but also super fun to have somebody that is like, I mean, I'll just say another Gen Xer, right? Get some of the references. We can make some of those comments, some of those jokes. But no, man, it's for Mike and I, it's exciting and it's really fun to have a very talented artist, like somebody we are legit excited about on the show and get to hang out with. And if you guys aren't paying attention, you should be, because Jim's been commenting on Whiskey Wednesdays, and Jim's been very active in the Discord. I mean, if you got questions, he's very accessible. He's right there, man. Just ask him.
Yeah.
I love it. And it's great to have you on. It's so cool to have this opportunity. We're gonna do this again with you when you want, dude, because it's super fun, and I'm glad you're here. We don't all have hair and makeup like you do.
It was all my lovely assistant. She was like, "You can't be looking all broke ass on stream." So
right, she's got her own pride, right? She's like, "Well, I stake my claim in this dude. Like, I gotta have him representing well." My wife
peed in my bushes out front.
There you go. See,
territory. She doesn't want it to look want the place to look broke. So
yeah, my wife, like at 13 years, my wife's like, "Just take him. I'm done. I'm done. Get him out." Like I still need the money and I still need the support and stuff, but whatever. So no, you're in a good spot. I'm just kidding. She loves me. She always tells me every time before I come on, before we go film, she's just like, "Don't get canceled. Go have fun. Don't get canceled."
Don't get canceled.
I'm like, well, I can't be myself then because I'm an idiot. But no, man, super fun. Really glad you were here. And thank you for making the time, because right now is like a super insane time for you. Middle of a Kickstarter, just started. And really happy to be able to say it's already funded. To have you on and be able to say your Kickstarter's already done. What a great feeling. Mike, what do you got?
No, I think if you haven't yet, you should thank our guest for being on. Definitely pander about his campaign. There's a reason that Mike committing to a bit is on a bingo sheet. So that's all I want to say. No, Jim, you're awesome, man. We definitely appreciate you being active on our chat and our Discord, and it's been a really, really fun night. So did not disappoint at all.
Yeah, Judge, I get that reference. I know it's up.
Bro, no, Nosferatu for life. You know
Nosferatu. That was my
Tzimisce.
Yes.
That's it, man.
Those were my clans.
Yep.
Those were my two.
Yeah.
So, Mike, go ahead and pretend like you care. Because I know you didn't play Vampire the Masquerade back in the day.
Oh, this guy. His parents wouldn't let him.
It's called no parental supervision as a child. And then Jim's just a little bit older than me. So he might have just been past that point where he could just do what he wanted.
Bro, what are you, like 57, 60?
Oh, shit.
Oh, sure.
Oh, that hurts so bad.
Oh, no. You're clocking in at a good, yeah. I was going to say like 45, 44.
45 this year, man.
Oh, yeah. No, you're killing it.
Until I lost my hair, I was ringing in way younger than I looked. Lost the hair, had kids, started to actually look my age,
Yeah.
So.
Oh, Mike's a baby face like 27. Look at him.
Yeah, Mike's a baby. Mike's a baby at what, 43?
I just turned 43 last week.
Ooh, I'm good.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah,
He's
it's
still a
easy
baby
to
face,
remember. My math is easy. It's I got a nice round number, born in 80. So
yeah,
that's easy math. Yeah, sometimes I have to actually do it. That's easy.
Hey, Brandon, right on. Yeah, I was 78, 78. So,
that was
but I have a sister that was born in 69. So I was exposed to a lot of stuff by
Yeah.
So I feel like I kind of have a
little older perspective.
Correct. Good way to put it.
Yep.
Good way to put it. And she was basically my babysitter, through the 80s. So what she was watching, I was watching, right? So look at that, October 79. But all right, guys. Well, I think we nailed it. That's 4 hours. That's 4 hours of a solid stream.
And we didn't dump. We didn't have to go to a new stream. Yeah.
We didn't lose Jim to a tornado.
Yeah.
Are you guys clear?
Audio. I think it's still raining, but it's not crazy. So
okay, good.
It's still pounding, baby. Well, maybe we should stay on for 4 more hours. Oh no, I was told we got to wrap it up. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, let's listen to your lovely assistant. Because if I've learned anything in 13 years of marriage, is you listen to the lovely assistant.
A couple more minutes, you're gonna see the actual whip come on, like over here. Just like, pow!
Trust me, they know better. They know better. All right, well, let's sign this bad boy off. Jim, truly our honor and pleasure to have you, man. Can't wait to have you back on. It's gonna be good, dude. I'm very excited. Congrats on the already successful Kickstarter. Let's look at continued success for Zombie Survival Infection. Check it out. We shared the link already in the comments. If you're in the Discord, you've already seen it because we're sharing it there.
Yep.
Mike, you want to sign us off?
Sure. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time for the Board Game Rundown. I've been Mike.
I've been Tim.
I've been Jim. Thank you, guys. It's been awesome.
Yes.
We'll see you next week.